Sesión. Thank you all for joining us here today to discuss this important topic, the process of plundering and restitution of archaeological and anthropological collections. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the organizers, the sponsors, and the leaders of this conference, as well as to the community and to ICAM for hosting us. Also to all of today's speakers for taking time to be with us here to share their insights, and to the interpreters for their important job. The Antiquities Coalition is very happy to be chairing this session today alongside Dr. Ian Lilly, who you'll be hearing from later this afternoon. We are a US-based NGO dedicated to fighting the looting and trafficking, cultural racketeering, and committed to ensuring that the trade in ancient art and artifacts is legal and ethical. We build the political will to stop criminals from exploiting the art market while preserving the world. As a global leader in this fight, we partner with governments, law enforcement, and the art world to safeguard our past for future generations. We're especially pleased that ICAM has chosen to host a session on this topic at this year's annual meeting. Looting presents a serious threat to cultural heritage and archaeology, and also archaeologists have long been at the forefront of efforts to combat this crime. As we'll hear throughout today's session, there has been a lot of meaningful progress on repatriation efforts, but many challenges still remain. Ultimately, our goal is to keep cultural heritage in situ with the communities to whom it rightfully belongs, so that future generations are not burdened with the ongoing task of repatriation, a complex and often difficult process, as we will hear from more today. We know that we do not have to convince you of all of this, as you are all heritage champions, protectors, and advocates. So we really hope to use today's session and the roundtable discussion following to discuss and brainstorm ways that we can continue to make the argument to governments, law enforcement, and the wider international community that this is not a victimless crime and that it demands attention, prioritization, and action. If you are a member of ICAM and you're interested in this topic, Ian, Tess, and I manage a working group on the illicit trade within ICAM, which you can see more information about here, and we'd welcome any of you to join us. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions about this. And a last reminder before we begin, we will be hosting a roundtable Q&A right after this, and we hope you'll also join us this evening for a networking reception featuring a keynote address by our Executive Director, Tess Davis. We are very happy to have 4 great presentations in today's session, but to set the stage, it is my pleasure to welcome Tess Davis now to open with a presentation on understanding and evaluating legal frameworks in practice. Tess, as I mentioned, is Executive Director of the Antiquities Coalition. She is a lawyer and archaeologist by training. While her work in archaeology took place in a different part of the world, in Southeast Asia, her work on the legal framework for cultural heritage protection and on fighting the illicit trade in art and antiquities spans the globe. Tess, welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much to Helena, and thank you to ICAM and the session chairs for inviting us to discuss this important topic today. As Helena mentioned, my name is Tess Davis. I'm Executive Director of the Antiquities Coalition, an organization based in Washington, D.C. that is dedicated to fighting the illicit trade in ancient art and artifacts. We deeply appreciate that through the working group and other methods, ICAM is continuing to make the fight against this cultural racketeering a key priority in its mission to research and promote the understanding, protection, conservation, and management of archaeological heritage. In addition to my role with the Antiquities Coalition, I was trained as an archaeologist and am now an attorney and professor of law. And due to this background, of course, believe that both archaeology and the law can be powerful tools to protect archaeological sites and antiquities, as well as to benefit the communities and even countries from which they come. To begin our session today, in which we have a number of fantastic speakers, I just wanted to offer a brief overview of the problem of illicit trade, along with the legal frameworks available for cultural protection. These are, of course, topics that have filled volumes, courses, entire careers, and so this will just be the briefest of introductions to help lay a foundation for the rest of our speakers today. Cultural looting and destruction have figured prominently in the greatest tragedies of recent centuries, arguably the greatest tragedies in history, the displacement of indigenous peoples, colonization, the Holocaust, and other genocides. Cultural racketeering, and by that we mean the illicit trade in art and antiquities, also continues to this day to rob countries rich and poor alike of their past and therefore their present. No, it is no exaggeration that at this moment, looters are reducing countless sites to ruins in their search for buried treasures to sell on the global market. Thieves and smugglers are not the only ones to profit from these crimes. By purchasing an Egyptian relic, a Cambodian statue, or a Maya vase, collectors may well be putting money into the pockets of organized criminals, armed insurgents, and even violent extremists. We know the stakes are high. For example, here in Chile, we will hear from several of our presenters today that priceless heritage has been lost to this crime. And while the AC, our organization, primarily focuses on tangible cultural heritage, on antiquities, this problem, of course, extends far beyond objects. As we have heard and will continue to hear both in later speakers today and tomorrow, graves and human remains have not been spared by these thieves, by the market, or even by museums. And the very ancestors of communities have too been mistreated as commodities. Of course, while the extent and urgency of this crisis may be new, it's no secret to those in this room that as long as there have been tombs, there have been tomb raiders, and that as long as there have been civilizations, there have been enemy armies waiting to plunder them. In some ways, this is not a new problem. As a result, countless cultural treasures have long been divorced from their contexts, scattered around the globe, but regardless of when or by whom or why or how they were stolen, they have left huge holes in the communities and even in the entire countries and civilizations from whom they were taken. And the question of what to do with these objects now, today, is one that is challenging everyone from local communities to the international community at the highest level. It's a debate that raises many questions but few answers, and that's part of why we are here today. Again, I just wanted to provide a brief overview of the legal framework, as many of the presenters today will touch upon this. And from the cradle of civilization onward, humanity has recognized that cultural, historic, and religious treasures have a special importance. Indeed, legal scholars can trace the origin of the concept of universal heritage in a clear line from ancient civilizations in Rome and Greece through the Byzantine Empire, the Middle Ages, to the Renaissance, and into the modern period. Even the 1648 Treaty of Westphalia, which ended what was at the time the world's deadliest conflict and in many ways created our modern system of international states and international law. It considered the repatriation of cultural objects important enough to be specifically and explicitly included in its terms. Yet again, of course, for every step forward over time, we have seen many steps back. The Napoleonic Wars of the early 1800s led to the unprecedented plunder of art, antiquities, and relics from Italy, Australia, Egypt, and others. Many of these have still not yet been returned today. However, I do feel it's important to stress, because you will hear to the contrary that protestations against these crimes are a new thing. They're not. Napoleon was criticized at the time. The Scottish figure Lord Elgin, who looted the Greek Parthenon, was heavily criticized at the time by arguably the most famous man alive then, Lord Byron, frequently referred to as the world's first rock star. So there have always been those pushing back against this, even at the height of colonial power and imperialism. Of course, these enlightened thinkers were overruled by the powers of imperialism and colonialism, which led to the building of massive museums like the British Museum, founded in 1753, and the Louvre in Paris, founded in 1793. The backlash to the looting and theft needed to fill these museums and the growing market, as well as rampant destruction that took place during the French Revolution and other conflicts in Europe, led France to codify protections for cultural property in the early decades of the 1800s. And by the end of that century, a growing number of nations were covered by similar legislation of varying degrees, much of which brought cultural property under state ownership. Then, as today, of course, there was much variation in these laws. In the meantime, in the 19th century specifically, the laws of war were also changing. The 1863 Lieber Code of the U.S. Army and the American Civil War has been referred to by scholars as the first codification of the laws of armed conflict, and it specifically prohibited the taking of cultural property and the targeting of it. Of course, despite rules like this, as we all know well, World Wars I and II witnessed countless tragedies, only one of which was cultural destruction and theft. The Nazis' looting of art across the territory they controlled, arguably the largest theft in history period, was organized at the top by Hitler himself, but it also led to an unprecedented response by the Allies through a special unit called the Monuments Men to recover and return this property, work that is still going on today. Indeed, an estimated 250,000 known, so this is just known, Holocaust-looted works of art have not yet been returned to their rightful owners or their descendants some 70 years later. The tragedy of World War II also led to the creation of the United Nations, including its Cultural Heritage Agency, UNESCO, as well as the first international treaty specifically on the trading on cultural preservation, the 1954 Hague Convention. Its preamble attests to the universal value of cultural heritage, saying in powerful language that damage to the cultural property belonging to any people whatsoever means damage to the cultural heritage of all mankind. It commits state parties to a number of steps to protect cultural property above and beyond what was already required in earlier international law. And it too explicitly prohibited the pillage and theft of cultural objects. And if such objects were to be taken for their protection, it required their immediate return after hostilities. Of course, armed conflict was not the only concern, as we all know, and we'll be discussing the rest of this afternoon. Art and antiquities have long been desired as objects of beauty and symbols of status. Over recent centuries, they've also increasingly become commodities, a source of capital investment, something to be collected, traded, and owned. This commodification, while we see examples of it throughout history, it really accelerated in the decades following the end of World War II, creating a commercial demand for artifacts too great to be met by existing supply. And the situation became so bad by the 1960s and 1970s that archaeological sites that had been preserved and protected for communities for millennia were being destroyed in mere months and years, the target of thieves in search of buried treasures to sell on the international black market. Thankfully, a growing chorus from around the globe and Latin America figured prominently in these voices, warned that the trade was chipping away at their very national identities, and they decided to fight back through UNESCO, and in 1971, a major victory, UNESCO adopted the Convention on the Means of Prohibiting and Preventing the Illicit Import, Export, and Transfer of Ownership of Cultural Property. That, of course, is a mouthful, so it is frequently referred to as the 1970 Convention. Chile signed this treaty in 2014, and through this treaty, which was the first, again, on the art trade, state parties pledged to combat the illicit trade by removing its causes, putting a stop to its practices, and also repatriating stolen and looted objects to their countries of origin. The year 1970 is thus treated as what we call in English a watershed moment, an event that marks a turning point. From here on out, the international community had put the world's art market, its museums, and collectors on notice that the trade in cultural property, contrary to the treaty, was illicit and should be treated as such by the governments of the world. 1970 again thus marks this bright line, meaning that cultural objects removed after this date without the permission of the national authorities should not be considered legitimate. Although, as we will be hearing today, this year does not always, and in fact does not even often, have force of law behind it. The 1970 Convention has since been complemented by other international agreements that seek to further address threats from illicit trade, but also other threats to World Heritage Sites, underwater cultural heritage, and intangible cultural heritage. One particularly relevant for today's discussion is the 1995 UNIDROIT Convention on Stolen and Illegally Culturally Exported Cultural Objects that seeks to fill gaps in the 1970 agreement. Particularly, this agreement was needed because the 1970 Convention, like most treaties, and we'll be hearing more about treaty law from one of our speakers today, treaties, with rare exception, govern the behavior of states, governments, not individuals. But the UNIDROIT Convention seeks to address what is called private law. That is the law dealing with private persons and their property, not states or interactions between states. And a major focus of this treaty is repatriation, or what it refers to as restitution. While these are the main cultural heritage treaties on antiquities, looting, and trafficking, these aren't the only tools provided within international law. They exist in a much larger framework, much of which can be relevant to this issue. Whether or not a state party is, whether or not a government is a state party to an agreement like the 1970 Convention or the UNIDROIT Convention, and whether it has incorporated those protections into its constitution or national law, it may still bear responsibilities under other types of international law, and this includes, as we've discussed, the law of war, international criminal law, which deals with war crimes and other atrocity crimes, and international human rights law. Many core human rights, such as the rights to education, freedom of expression, religion, non-discrimination, participation in cultural life, and self-determination, of course, these are closely tied to cultural heritage. These rights are not only enriched by, but they're often dependent upon access to physical cultural objects and sites. And this is something that international law has realized too late, but at least it is starting to realize and put into practice, and is moving toward protecting not only the physical cultural objects, but also the intangible dimensions of cultural heritage that enables their full expression. There is growing support, growing legal support for the idea that both international treaties and customary law, which governs state practice, that both impose obligations on states to safeguard this broad spectrum of heritage. At the same time, we're also seeing greater efforts to bridge the gap between these two, once separate legal regimes, between cultural property law, again, traditionally concerned with tangible objects and sites, and human rights law, which has traditionally focused on the intangible. And this convergence is particularly relevant in cases involving indigenous or minority communities, the destruction or theft of cultural heritage, and efforts at restitution, repatriation, and reparative justice. But it's important to stress it goes beyond these contexts. It's really part of a wider movement to protect cultural heritage, protect cultural identity, promote diversity, and combat discrimination through the preservation of heritage in all its forms. In addition to treaties, there's also a wealth of instruments commonly referred to in English as soft law. This distinguishes it from hard law, which is that which, like a national law or a treaty is legally binding. So soft law instruments may not be legally binding. You may not be able to enforce them through the police or through a court. But they include things like declarations, principles, and resolutions. And we'll be hearing more from Dr. Lilly on this, particularly with regards to the G20 or Group of 20. But soft law is very needed to fill the gaps that exist in the hard law framework. As you can tell from even this brief introduction, many of our key international laws, and this is true in the domestic context as well, date from the 1900s. A number of them are well over half a century old at this point. The main U.S. law, is from the 1980s. These laws all predate a lot of the modern challenges and opportunities dealing with the art and antiquities trade. 1970 was very different with regards to many things, and a number of developments since then. We've seen rising incomes, expanding economies, easier shipping, growth of international trade, a growth in armed conflicts, particularly interstate conflicts, and technology like the internet that have greatly increased the ease by which criminals can loot, traffic, and sell antiquities. And many of these developments were not and could not have been envisioned by the drafters of laws such as the 1970 Convention or even the 1995 UNIDROIT Convention. And they have made the art market much more vulnerable, not just to looting and trafficking, but also to a wide range of crimes, including fraud, forgery, tax evasion, sanctions evasion, money laundering, and even terrorist financing. It's no secret that the law has not kept up with these developments. We are always a step behind the criminals. And as a result, art is frequently referred to, and I believe correctly referred to, as the largest unregulated market in the world. Consequently, much of the world's cultural heritage remains vulnerable to criminals, as does the legitimate market and the vast majority of responsible collectors, dealers, galleries, auction houses, and museums. We're going to be hearing about some of these vulnerabilities over the rest of the session, but also how communities, governments, and others are fighting back. So thank you for your time and for taking to explore this topic with us.
Thank you, Tess, so much for that introduction. And now we're excited to dive into today's session. I will ask the speakers just to please keep an eye on the time, and we'll have time for questions for all the presenters at the end of the session. For our first presentation, I'd like to welcome a group of experts from here in Chile to discuss towards the repatriation of the ancestors of the Atacameño Licantani people.
Alabalti, alabalti, bienvenido a este encuentro desde la palabra. ICAM 2025 en San Pedro Atacama, un pueblo de la nación Licanantay. Nuestros abuelos viven y están presentes desde las distintas manifestaciones de costumbres y tradiciones propias. Es el gesto que recién hicimos para pedirle permiso a nuestra Madre Tierra y pedirle también permiso a nuestros abuelos, a nuestros ancestros. Entendemos y practicamos la medicina licanantay desde el cuerpo individual y así también desde el cuerpo colectivo, desde el espíritu, hacia el restablecimiento de lo propio, del equilibrio, de la armonía del ser. Creemos importante que hablar de nuestros abuelos también es actuar. ¿No será un derecho humano entonces que nuestros ancestros regresen a su licana, a su territorio? Han ocurrido distintos eventos en el siglo del 1900, del 1920, del 2000, y han sido eventos que han impactado de gran manera al territorio licanantay, al territorio del pueblo atacameño. Y es por eso que un grupo humano compuesto de 14 personas hemos iniciado este trabajo hace 4 años atrás, pero que viene desde mucho tiempo atrás también, para poder conocer dónde están nuestros ancestros, quién los sacó y por qué los sacaron. Creemos importante entender esta cuestión para poder continuar con este trabajo que estamos haciendo, un aporte al pueblo licanantay, un aporte al pueblo atacameño. Y ese es nuestro trabajo, sustentado en estos 4 años, pero que también hemos tomado antecedentes de otros líderes atacameños, licanantay, que han pasado por estas tierras y que también nos dejaron su trabajo para que podamos continuarlo y así en algún momento tener el regreso de nuestros ancestros a su propia licana, a su territorio. Esta presentación la hemos dividido en 4 presentadores y así que la vamos a hacer así, la vamos a hacer de esta manera, una primera parte y una segunda parte nos va a acompañar nuestra compañera Romina junto con Rudecindo y Leonel. Así es que, por favor, Romina.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Romina Yereanza, soy parte de la Corporación Cultural Kunza-Conic, también pertenezco a la comunidad de Toconce y a la comunidad de Caspana por parte de mi mamá. En mi casa siempre se hablaba de los sueños. Mi mamá, por ejemplo, decía que cuando soñaba con animales en el campo, algo malo iba a pasar. También cuando soñaba con mi abuela decía que ella le quería decir algo. Mi papá también nos hablaba que cuando soñaba con mi abuela, que apenas conoció, porque mi abuela falleció a los 12 o 14 años, quedando huérfano, era también porque les quería avisar algo. Para esto, o sea, para ellos esto no es raro, es parte de una relación viva con quienes ya no están físicamente, pero nos siguen acompañando. Aquí en el desierto las personas llamamos campo a estos espacios amplios y abiertos donde no hay casas ni pueblos, solo cerros, viento y silencio. En nuestra forma de ver el mundo, los abuelos no se van del todo, siguen cerca, son seres protectores, nos orientan, nos advierten, nos cuidan, son parte del equilibrio del mundo. En la cosmovisión atacameña se cree que los ancestros, los abuelos, son guardianes espirituales del pasado, del presente y del futuro. Viven en los cerros, en las aguas, en los sueños y también en los lugares donde fueron enterrados. Les rendimos culto en las fiestas de Cabo de Año y en las fiestas del 1 de noviembre, donde los esperamos con la mesa antes del mediodía, porque ellos llegan cansados a servirse lo que nosotros vamos a compartir con ellos. También en el cementerio, antes de eso se les va a buscar. Antes de salir se comparte con ellos, se le prenden velas, se ponen coronas al lugar donde está el cuerpo, que los espera hasta el regreso cuando termina la fiesta. Recuerdo que cuando éramos niños, nuestras familias nos enseñaron a respetar esos espacios, a las estructuras funerarias como las chulpas o sepulcros de piedra. No podíamos acercarnos, nos decíamos que podíamos ser castigados si molestábamos a los abuelos. Ese temor no era miedo, era respeto, era conciencia de que allí habitaba algo sagrado. Por eso, cuando sus cuerpos fueron sacados y llevados lejos, sin consulta, sin consentimiento, lo que se rompió no fue una tumba, se rompió un lazo espiritual profundo. En los últimos años, como grupo, hemos abierto espacios de conversación en distintas comunidades, en Socaire, en Cámar, en Toconao, en San Pedro de Atacama, en Caspana, en Calama. Nos hemos sentado a conversar, a recordar, a sentir. Desde esta experiencia nace la idea de generar un borrador de protocolo para la restitución. Este borrador aún está en construcción. Está siendo creado, guiado con respeto, dignidad y espiritualidad. No está cerrado, no busca imponer. Solo quiero orientar desde lo que sentimos, desde lo que creemos y desde lo que nosotros recordamos. Sabemos que dentro de nuestro propio pueblo hay miradas distintas. Hay quienes temen traer de vuelta a los abuelos, pueda alterar el equilibrio. Esta voz también merece ser escuchada, por eso trabajamos con respeto. De forma personal, creo que nuestros abuelos necesitan descansar en paz, volver a su tierra donde ya no sean vulnerados, donde puedan tener un descanso eterno. Porque nadie querría saber que un ser querido está por allí, solo, lejos de casa, sin sus ritos, sin su gente. Para mí la restitución es un acto de amor, es un acto de dignidad y de justicia espiritual. Y también de esta forma es una forma de sanar las heridas que dejó la discriminación. Durante mucho tiempo nuestras prácticas, nuestros ritos, nuestros muertos fueron tratados como objetos. No se nos consideró parte de la historia, pero ahora estamos tomando la palabra, recuperando nuestras memorias. La restitución no solo es un gesto simbólico, es un derecho y también es un camino para que nuestras comunidades se reconozcan a sí mismas y sean reconocidas por los demás, con respeto, con humanidad y con justicia. Gracias.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Leonel Salinas, al igual que muchos otros de los miembros. Comprometido también con... Más ratito, digo. Comprometido también con esta causa que tiene que ver con cómo podemos recuperar algo que es nuestro, algo que en cierta medida fue extraído del territorio, por no decir en palabras más feas, robado, ¿cierto? Y en este proceso que ya lleva algunos años, hemos logrado dar con algunas identificaciones de cuerpos y objetos que han sido extraídos desde nuestro territorio hacia países extranjeros o hacia museos u otras instituciones dentro de nuestro mismo país. En este sentido, durante el último tiempo, en algunos museos europeos logramos identificar, por ejemplo, dentro del Museo de Cambridge y de Duckworth, en Reino Unido, algunos cuerpos y piezas, también en el Museo Nacional de Antropología y el Museo de América de España, junto con el Museo Indígena Americano y el Museo Indígena, el Museo de Historia Natural en Chile, y también algunas colecciones de universidades dentro de nuestro país, en los que las herramientas, los cuerpos y las propiedades que tenían nuestros ancestros se utilizan como objetos. Y en algunos casos ni siquiera como objetos de estudio, que es para lo que, entre comillas, ¿cierto?, se extrajeron desde el territorio, sino que están sin ningún cuidado, están sin ningún tipo de velamiento, juntando polvo dentro de una bodega. Pero no solamente hemos logrado avanzar en identificar dónde se encuentran todos estos artículos, sino que también hemos logrado avanzar en la colaboración internacional que propenda hacia un tratamiento ético de los restos humanos y también un primer avance hacia la repatriación de los cuerpos de nuestros ancestros. En ese sentido, junto con el Museo Nacional de Antropología de España, que ha sido hasta el momento la única institución europea que ha estado abierta a poder establecer un trabajo más afianzado con nosotros, hemos logrado tener en una serie de reuniones un avance que nos ha permitido firmar o estar en vías de firmar un acuerdo que nos permita trabajar en conjunto para una posible restitución de los cuerpos en el futuro y en el corto plazo un tratamiento ético de las piezas que ellos conservan en sus instalaciones. También en ese sentido, en el deseo de generar redes que nos puedan ayudar a recuperar lo que es nuestro, hemos estado insertos en una colaboración con la Universidad de Australia y el programa de retorno, reconciliación y renovación, que también propende hacia la restitución de los cuerpos humanos dentro de las instalaciones que tienen en Australia. Asimismo, hemos logrado establecer redes de apoyo, colaboración y comunicación con otros pueblos indígenas que están interesados en la misma área, como son, por ejemplo, los Rapanui, los Yaguitas, los Huarpes, aborígenes australianos, y también interesados desde Hawái. Y en ese mismo sentido, hemos tenido una participación activa en las comunidades para socializar estos avances, socializar dónde se encuentran los cuerpos que fueron sacados desde sus respectivas comunidades, en ocasiones como socializaciones en las comunidades de Socaire, San Pedro, Cámar, en el Liceo Licanantay. Y también es importante mencionar que durante la primera quincena de este mes se terminó de entregar a las comunidades que han sido parte de este proceso un informe del avance de nuestro proyecto. De esa manera nosotros queríamos un poco indicar con esa frase que aparece al final, ¿cierto?, que son las comunidades al fin y al cabo las que deben ser protagonistas de este proceso de gestión, más allá de esperar que todo lo pueda solucionar el Estado. Tal vez si bien el Estado es un agente que tiene el poder para poder establecer relaciones internacionales o para establecer una política que apoya a las comunidades en la recuperación de lo que es suyo, debe partir, ¿cierto?, desde un interés propio de las personas que han sido afectadas. Y ahora sí, no sé si se me escucha, sí. Un poco para reflejar o sistematizar algunos de los resultados que ha tenido el proyecto, a su mano izquierda se encuentra una tabla, no sé si se logra apreciar bien, de algunas identificaciones que se han hecho en instituciones y museos dentro de Chile. En ese sentido, hemos logrado identificar, por ejemplo, en el Museo Nacional de Historia, restos humanos y materiales arqueológicos. En el Departamento de Antropología de la Universidad de Chile, también cuerpos humanos y material arqueológico. En el Museo Arqueológico de La Serena, también ambos tipos. En el Instituto de Investigaciones Arqueológicas y el Museo Gustavo Lepage, aquí en San Pedro de Atacama, por supuesto que sí. En el Museo de Historia Natural y Cultural del Desierto de Atacama, en Calama, también. El Museo Regional de Antofagasta, lo mismo. La Corporación Museo de Arqueología Francisco Funk, en Viña del Mar, tiene restos humanos, aunque no material arqueológico. El Museo Chileno de Arte Precolombino no tiene restos humanos, pero sí arqueológicos. Y bueno, podemos seguir así con la lista un largo rato. En términos internacionales, hemos logrado identificar que en el Museo Nacional del Indígena Americano en Estados Unidos también existen ambas categorías. El Museo de Historia Natural de Nueva York hay restos humanos. En el Museo Etnográfico de Oslo, en Noruega, también hay los dos tipos de restos. En el Museo de Quack-Blanly, en Francia, también ambos. Y así una larga lista de instituciones en el extranjero que poseen, dentro de su poder, dentro de su manejo, los cuerpos de nuestros antepasados. También dentro de los resultados que hemos podido tener como proyecto, hemos logrado en cierta medida georreferenciar la ruta que siguieron esos mismos objetos y cuerpos que pudimos catalogar en las fichas anteriores hacia el extranjero. Podemos ver entonces, por ejemplo, que la mayor cantidad de instituciones se concentran en Europa. Y es curioso que siendo Europa uno de los lugares donde mayor se concentra, ha sido una de las pocas instituciones que ha sido solamente el Museo Nacional de España, el que se ha abierto de una mejor manera a poder socializar con nosotros. Eso, muchas gracias por mi parte.
Gracias. Bueno, en la línea de lo que estamos presentando, hay que mencionar también que hasta el 2007, acá en San Pedro de Atacama, nuestros ancestros, nuestras abuelas, nuestros niños, nuestras niñas eran exhibidos como objeto, ¿no es cierto?, para los turistas y gente curiosa, ¿no es cierto?, que tenían un ejemplo a nuestra hermana, la Miss Chile. Entonces el pueblo Licalantay, y hay gente que está presente como Carlos, la hermana Rosa y otros más que estuvieron en el proceso de pedir al instituto que esos cuerpos salieran de exhibición y se logra el 2007. Es algo histórico para el pueblo Licalantay porque nuestros abuelos ya no son objeto para ver, ¿no es cierto? Y eso marcó un hito y una carrera importante para hacer justicia de algún modo, ¿no es cierto? Que nuestros ancestros fueron, ¿no es cierto?, sacados. Nuestros ancestros fueron vendidos, regalados a países, ¿no es cierto?, a reinos, a estados, a los militares. Allá están nuestros abuelos. Entonces este trabajo nace de eso. Nosotros solamente estamos tomando un bastón, ¿no es cierto?, de lucha indígena, de derecho indígena, internacional y nacional con respecto a hacer justicia por nuestros ancestros. Y no vamos a claudicar, ¿no es cierto?, nuestra lucha por buscar a nuestros ancestros y que vuelvan al territorio. Por eso ese trabajo también, nosotros también tenemos retos y tenemos también una creación de un modelo, ¿no es cierto?, de trabajo. Porque como lo mencioné ayer, también tenemos que hacer un trabajo en conjunto de quienes también participan de esto. No vamos a permitir que nuestros abuelos sean prisioneros de la ciencia. Nunca más. Porque nuestros abuelos se merecen respeto. Nuestras abuelas se merecen respeto. Y por lo tanto nosotros hemos creado, ¿no es cierto?, unos retos, una creación de modelo que es como ejemplo validar comunitariamente un protocolo de cultura. Y eso lo estamos trabajando, ¿no es cierto?, con el Consejo de Pueblo que le hemos mostrado, se lo hemos mostrado a cada pueblo de la Licana, en el norte y en el sur, Calama y Antofagasta, un modelo, ¿no es cierto?, de un protocolo como nosotros queremos. ¿No es cierto? Queremos, ¿no es cierto?, con respecto y basado en la espiritualidad, el respeto a nuestros abuelos, lo que nuestros ancestros nos han dejado y hemos heredado. Hay un proceso que se trabaja como que sirva de un modelo también para los pueblos hermanos, también indígenas, como se dice, pero pueblos preexistentes de otros continentes y también del norte de Chile. Queremos apuntar a eso, a un trabajo, ¿no es cierto?, que particularmente se basa en el respeto. ¿Y cuál es el desafío que tenemos, ¿no es cierto? Tenemos un desafío, ¿no es cierto?, de la resistencia institucional. El Estado chileno tiene normativas exiguas que no nos sirven a nosotros. Como mencionaba el hermano Leonel, más las universidades extranjeras, estados extranjeros están más disponibles a trabajar que el gobierno chileno con nosotros. También vamos a echar mano al marco legal que tenemos, ¿no es cierto?, internacionalmente con respecto a los derechos de los pueblos originarios, con respecto al tema también precisamente de nuestros ancestros. Y también tenemos que hacer una coordinación internacional que como ya lo estamos haciendo, como lo mencionó el hermano Leonel. También tenemos que hacer un aprendizaje que tenemos que ver la importancia de este proceso, porque nacen unas preguntas y nosotros decimos, ¿quién hace las demandas de repatriación o devolución de nuestros ancestros? ¿El pueblo o las mineras? Un ejemplo, se está haciendo una restitución de un abuelo como el hombre de cobre, pero sin embargo está Codelco, ¿no es cierto?, presente limpiando su imagen, la estatal chilena. Y eso nos corresponde a nosotros, no les corresponde a las mineras. Nada les corresponde a las mineras, ni la apropiación de la lengua kunza, ni la apropiación de los abuelos, ni la apropiación de la cultura. No tiene por qué las mineras apropiarse de nosotros. Lo otro que también, ¿con qué instituciones vamos a trabajar? ¿Está realmente el Estado chileno dispuesto a trabajar con nosotros? Al parecer no, porque no se han acelerado las normativas, ¿no es cierto?, como ley de patrimonio. El Estado chileno está ahí, no avanza, está quieto. ¿Por qué? Porque a los indígenas no le importa. Otro, ¿cuál será el destino de nuestros ancestros? Esa es una pregunta muy buena y muy interesante para nosotros. ¿Qué vamos a querer cuando nos entreguen a nuestros ancestros? ¿Lo vamos a poner en un museo para una exhibición? Y ahí donde cada comunidad, cada pueblo, tiene que ir trabajando en conjunto con el protocolo, ¿no es cierto?, para ver qué vamos a hacer con nuestros abuelos. La mayoría de donde lo hemos presentado en los pueblos, todos los hermanos, y hace poco me lo puede decir una hermana, la hermana Sofía, ¿no es cierto?, que estaba afuera conmigo almorzando, que es del pueblo de Ollagüe, me dice, mis abuelos tienen que regresar a la tierra, es donde pertenecen, no al cementerio, no a una bóveda, sino que al territorio. También este trabajo es una oportunidad para repensar la arqueología desde una perspectiva indígena, ética y colaborativa. Lo hemos dicho, ¿no es cierto?, en diferentes escenarios, vamos a hacer una arqueología indígena a nuestra manera, no como quiera el Estado, no como quiera la academia, vamos a hacerlo como nosotros queramos, porque nosotros somos los que vivimos y trabajamos en este territorio. Este trabajo busca dar relevancia, ¿no es cierto?, al conocimiento y tradicionales locales sobre los ancestros, así como apuntar a generar las bases para su retorno a la tierra y al territorio. Busca colaborar con una arqueología que sea entendida más bien como una herramienta de memoria, de justicia y de reparación. Y aquí también hay unas preguntas, ¿no es cierto?, que nacen también, ¿dónde están nuestros abuelos? ¿Ustedes se han preguntado alguna vez, ¿dónde están mis abuelos? ¿Dónde están? ¿En qué lugar están físicamente ahora nuestros abuelos? Porque nombramos a nuestros abuelos los pagos a la Pachamama, nombramos a los abuelos cuando pagamos el agua, nosotros nombramos a nuestros abuelos cuando deseamos que nos ayuden, estamos en un peligro, estamos aprisionados por abajo, nos acordamos de nuestros abuelos. Pero ¿dónde están nuestros abuelos? Es una pregunta que se las dejo, que sepan dónde están sus abuelos. ¿Cuándo y por qué los sacaron? Sabemos, ¿no es cierto?, el pueblo tacameño, quiénes fueron los que sacaron a los abuelos, quiénes fueron los que se llevaron a los abuelos, lo sabemos. No estamos buscando un acto de rencor, estamos haciendo un acto de justicia, lo que estamos buscando. Y también quién se llevó a los abuelos. Sabemos también quién se llevaron a los abuelos y cómo están nuestros abuelos ahora. Voy terminando. A modo de ejemplo, nos llega un antecedente, ¿no es cierto?, de una hermana mapuche de Osorno, quien nos dice al equipo que hay una hermana, una niña licanantay, que está siendo exhibida en un museo municipal en la ciudad de Osorno. Nosotros con ese trabajo Hablamos con la municipalidad, con los alcaldes, con los consejeros de Osorno y logramos sacar a una niña de 16 años en exhibición, que fue regalada, ¿no es cierto?, de acá de San Pedro Pelepech, se la regala al colegio, alumnos del colegio alemán, el año 1960. Viajamos y esa abuelita sale de exhibición, ¿no es cierto?, y el pueblo chuchío es quien la va a ir a buscar ahora. Esos son los trabajos donde estamos apuntando, a la justicia, guardando el paralelismo como fueron detenidos desaparecidos, nuestros abuelos también fueron detenidos y desaparecidos, pero están prisioneros de la ciencia. Y otra cosa, tenemos que hacer también una evaluación interna. Nuestros abuelos que están allá, ¿no es cierto?, tenemos que buscar la forma de recuperarlos nuevamente porque los abuelos nos pertenecen. Acá, por si le interesa también, están los contactos, ¿no es cierto?, de nuestro equipo, como los correos, los WhatsApp, Instagram, ¿no es cierto?, que son también compañeros que nos ayudan, porque este trabajo no solo es del pueblo licanantay, sino que acá también en nuestro equipo hay gente, estudiantes atacameños, arqueólogos, académicos de las universidades de Chile, que nos han aportado mucho también este trabajo en conjunto. Y como le dije ayer, este es un trabajo científico ancestral, pero es una obligación del pueblo atacameño de hacer este trabajo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much to all of the presenters for that very interesting presentation, as well as for your very important work in the fight for justice. Now I'd like to please welcome Margaret Gowan, an archaeologist and heritage advisor from Ireland, to present on the limitations of international law relating to the restitution of cultural objects.
Buenos tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. Buenos tardes. I will simply repeat my thanks and that I feel privileged to be here today, and thank all for their welcome and splendid organization. I'd like to begin this, which is relevant to the previous presentations, with a quote from the former General Director of UNESCO, Amadou Mbo. The return of a work of art or a record to the country which created it enables a people to recover part of its memory and its identity. Tess has already provided an excellent historical background, so I'm not going to dwell on this, but I would just like to point out that the early Hague Conventions of the 19th century were precipitated by the disgraceful sack of Benin in modern-day Nigeria and the whole-scale theft of bronze treasures and other artworks. Following World War II, you're all aware of the Hague Convention, and this was important because it focused solely on the protection of cultural property in the event of armed conflict. It particularly set an international cooperative framework for prevention of destruction, looting, illicit traffic of cultural property, and it requires its states parties, those who sign the convention and sign up to it, to take preventive measures and to adhere to restitution provisions. The 1970 convention is an interesting convention because it occurred during a great period of decolonization, and it is linked to that. It focused on prevention of illicit trade in particular, but already in 1970, there are limitations. This convention is not retroactive, and it doesn't deal effectively with restitution. Nonetheless, it has 147 states parties now, compared to just 116 in 2008. The 1995 convention, it's just important to mention that this relates to international private law. And one of the most important aspects of it is that a judgment that is made in one jurisdiction should be recognized and applied by the jurisdiction of another contracting state party to the convention. In particular, this convention is of importance because it covers illegally excavated or stolen objects that have not been inventoried. However, it's notable that it only has 56 states parties. The protection of cultural heritage has become a distinct area of international law, which includes the 1972 World Heritage Convention, of course, and the other 5 UNESCO cultural conventions on human diversity and intangible cultural heritage. The cultural conventions interface with very significant areas of international law and policy on human rights and humanitarian issues. And I list a certain number here. I'm not going to go through them individually, but you will note that the Declaration of Human Rights led the move. I would like to mention, however, the United Nations Officer of the High Commissioner of Human Rights Comment 21 of 2009 on the freedom to partake in cultural life and the right to access to and preservation of cultural goods. If you look at UN resolutions on these issues, you will find that there are several. The first beginning in 1973, which is really important because it establishes special obligations for countries which had access to valuable objects only as a result of colonialism. There are further resolutions on trafficking, return, and restitution. I won't go through them. But I would say that the importance of the UNDRIP, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, has been very, very influential. I'm going to talk a little bit about the nature of international law. All conventions are multilateral treaties. These are made between states. The conventions advocate certain objectives, and a state, by signing a convention and collaboratively adopting it, contracts to undertake and abide by the objectives and the principles of the convention. A second phase is ratification. Is that not working? Sorry. We just keep talking. Okay. There are 2 things that happen with states that adopt conventions. One is that they sign, but critical to the operation of the convention is a process of ratification, where the state gives an undertaking that it will transpose the objectives of the convention into national law. It is just instructive, if you're interested, to go into these conventions and understand how many states parties they have, how many have signed, and how many have ratified, and who they are. Since international treaties are adopted by states, they're the business of states, and their governments, of course, as sovereign bodies. The objectives of the conventions are generally linked to other non-legal instruments, as I mentioned. I briefly want to mention that because of the shortcomings of the 1970 convention, and influenced by what Anna Philippa Wrodlak describes as the heady days of decolonization, a committee of experts was convened by UNESCO to study the question of restitution or return of cultural property, whether due to foreign or colonial occupation or illicit trafficking, and most importantly, before the entry into force of the 1970 convention. Stressing the absence of effective international mechanisms at the time in the late 70s, the experts suggested the creation of an international body responsible for finding ways to facilitate bilateral negotiations between countries. And so the committee, with that very long name, was established. It has no legal power to decide on cases involved, but it has developed significant approaches to dispute resolution, to assist states. And this includes states that are not party to either the 70 Convention or the 90s Convention. Negotiations can be immensely complex and involve issues of criminal removal way beyond the agenda of decolonization. But the committee can only deal with cases involving states who are willing to mediate. Let's be a bit more positive for the moment and understand what the achievements of international law are. The conventions have raised awareness on a global scale, not just about the importance of protection of heritage, but the scale of the illegal trade, its perversive nature, and its widespread international context. Linked to policy on cultural rights, the conventions have supported recognition that illegal export and trade is morally and politically unacceptable, and that restitution of cultural objects is a necessary form of reparation for cultural loss and remediation for past violations. The conventions support recognition of the claims of Indigenous people, but I would qualify that by saying states parties must embrace the cases being made by those Indigenous people. The conventions have set international legal standards and developments in private law, but there's still an awful lot to be done. The issues are immensely complicated. One of the biggest ones, I suppose, is that the conventions are transacted between states and international law is transacted between states. It's mostly non-retroactive. It doesn't cover issues related to colonialism before the 19th century, for example. There are no embedded legal mechanisms for addressing the rightful claims of non-state actors, Indigenous people, or minority cultures. The conventions cannot pursue claims that are linked to historical sovereign territory if the borders have been changed since the World Wars. And there are no mechanisms in the convention's law to pursue cases where claimants or plaintiffs involve private owners, institutions, I talk about museums, communities, or combinations of these. Other limitations and issues. Some states and state-sponsored institutions are simply not positively disposed to returning cultural objects that they acquired during their colonial periods of control of territory. And international private law, while it has developed considerably, is still not sufficiently well developed for cases between non-aligned jurisdictions or non-state actors. The convention's legal regimes are not suited to dealing with contested title of cultural objects. For example, the law of a source country must determine the rightful title to the object. It must prove the unlawful nature of the original transfer. It must be able to prove that the wrongful possessor has acquired the invalidity of their ownership. It must validate legally the claim to current ownership and the lawful nature of its claim to transfer back. Time limits on some of these conventions, which are as short as 3 years, can often frustrate claims. We'll talk a little bit more about international legal and policy context. Led by UNESCO, there's a far greater focus now on international human and cultural rights and the protection and promotion of cultural heritage and cultural diversity. The UN Security Council in particular has issued multiple resolutions starting in 1973. In 2006, for example, after the fall of Saddam Hussein, the International Committee of the Red Cross issued a declaration prohibiting looting of cultural objects and stressing the obligation of all states, regardless of ratification to conventions, to return artifacts seized from occupied territories during violent conflict. The UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights is a very important committee. It's worth investigating further. EU law has been developed since 1993, and there's a new directive from 2014, which also deals with restitution. International support has come from other fora in recent years. The movement is building. The 2022 Monday Occult meeting was really an important event. It issued a declaration on culture as our most important global good, but it also declared the legal and ethical imperative to return cultural objects. Restitution has also become a relevant issue for other international relations, and Ian is going to be talking about this later, but I'd like to quote, "An open and inclusive dialogue on the return and restitution of cultural property, building on a broad historical perspective that renews relationships between countries and also enables alternative dispute resolution as appropriate." Briefly on museums. Many state-sponsored museums are fundamentally, philosophically opposed to returning objects from their collections. The British Museum is one case in point. The trustees and their statutes state that their only responsibility is to maintaining and developing the collection for current and future generations. The BM's deaccession policy doesn't include any provision for restitution or return other than for Holocaust-related objects. In addition, many museums and plaintiffs will seek the application of legal circumstances at the time of primary acquisition. This could be way back in the 19th century. I'd like to mention Getty director James Kono because I was shocked when I saw an interview with him where he argued that ancient art objects are of such universal value and aesthetic appeal that they are part of our common past and need therefore to be curated and displayed for all civilization. Of course, being a cynic, I would say yes for all those visitors who have the financial resources and the opportunity to visit the Getty Museum. And he singularly fails to recognize that such artworks are territorially, culturally, and very often they're sensitive and they're also sacred. The Getty's only been forced to return 40 of its objects, and this was after protracted legal proceedings where the illegality of the primary acquisition and provenance and both provenance were proven. Where international law fails, initiatives are led by concerns of socio-cultural and moral integrity linked to human justice. A number of international bodies have therefore each formulated principles and guidelines for legal mediation of claims of cultural objects. I mention in particular the Cultural Heritage Committee of the International Law Association. I'd also like to stress the importance of the International Council of Museums, its code of ethics, and its guidance on restitution. There is also a Commonwealth scheme for protection of cultural heritage. And the UN Working Group on Indigenous Populations and the UN Permanent Forum to the UN on Indigenous Issues has also been tireless in its work. These all operate with comparable principles and procedures, and they provide a forum for information exchange, mediation, assistance with negotiations, and the creation of bilateral agreements between state governments, the state governments that are concerned. Other alternative means, the trend for pursuing national and bilateral agreements between states is growing. And I mention that even back as far as 1972, the Organization of American States has a convention from 1972, Article 11 of which established rules for the return of cultural objects. Regional multilateral agreements, the Mercosur and UNASUR, exist in South America since 1991. And several states have bilateral agreements. For example, Chile has a bilateral agreement with Peru, and Chile also has a bilateral agreement with Ecuador. These are primarily focused on controlling illegal trade. There are many others, and I'm not going to go through them because I fear my presentation will be overlong. But I'd like to mention the National World Museum in Leiden, where the work of a researcher led to the return of hundreds of objects to several countries of origin. And this pattern is being repeated elsewhere. But I would also caution, and my colleague Muriel, who's speaking later, will mention this, the promise of President Macron to return objects to West Africa had very limited success because attempts to change the law in France were mired in political dispute. And we come to private agreements between museums and individuals, which are increasing. It's very interesting that some collections that have been inherited from the primary collector no longer speak to those who inherit them. And the museum in Geneva in Switzerland has been really good about facilitating restitution of objects. The Smithsonian has a notable agreement with the National Museum of Nigeria for the return of bronzes. But you'll notice that the numbers are small. The Horniman, also in London, returned bronzes to Benin, but it still has 47 bronzes in its collections. So I won't go on because sometimes it's a bit too depressing, but yes, there are efforts being made, and I have a number of case studies, and the list goes on. But I will mention the ICOM Code of Ethics once again, and a very good guidance on restitution that was published in 2023 by the English Council for Museums. The Dutch initiative, the point I want to make in this slide, is that the Dutch initiative was triggered by the work of an academic researcher. And this is replicated again in a number of situations. I'm a member of the European Association of Archaeologists, and our early career archaeologist prize was allocated to an academic researcher called Louise Cardozo de Mello, who was working with the ethnographic collections in the British Museum at the time. She created a wonderful collaborative project involving tutorial practices, participative interpretation with indigenous groups from Latin America, enabled identification of their specific values, and allowed a significant degree of self-representation in the curated collections. And now, this particular exhibition is one of the most visited in the BM. But while the community became acknowledged partners in interpretation and curation of the collection, it all stopped short of restitution because of the British Museum's deaccession policy. So now we just go to conclusions. I think it's been obvious that the conventions provide a quite restricted legal environment for cooperating state parties, and they must be cooperating. The UNESCO committee has done fantastic work, and it's still developing its procedures and its mediation range, and it can certainly claim a number of significant successes. The number of bilateral agreements is increasing. Undertakings of grounds for restitution have also transformed since the 70s, but harmonization of international private law is required still. And I finish by saying for former colonies, the return of cultural objects is a highly significant and symbolic form of justice, even though it is fraught with issues. Many indigenous groups, whom we have heard of, and minority cultures, for them, the return of a sacred object, especially human remains, is fundamental to their identity. And it's frustrated in many cases by the requirement of proof of ownership under law and proof of the journey that the object has made over time. The number of cultural objects involved is still relatively small, and there is still a very extensive illicit trade, which is served, I'm afraid, by the asymmetries between the economies of source and market countries and their politics. And I conclude with that, and thank you for your attention. And I have a list of references if anyone is interested. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Margaret. I want to make a note that we're just going to continue on with the next two presentations, and then we'll take questions to about 5:15, and then we'll take a longer break in between 5:15 and 6. Next, we have Muriel Joyeux, who I mentioned is a member of the ICAM working group on illicit trade. So if you have questions on the working group, you can also ask her. She comes to us from the banking sector, the French Navy, Europa Nostra, Blue Shield, and ICOMOS France, among other things, and she will be presenting on France and restitution, laws and practices.
Buenas tardes. Me voy a tratar de hablar español, pero perden en primer lugar, disculpen mi acento francés, que es muy pronunciado. Sorry. En Francia, como en otros países del mundo, una gran cantidad de patrimonio arqueológico y antropológico extranjero es conservado por museos, como le ha dicho, instituciones marcantes de arte y particulares, que sean aficionados o coleccionistas exigentes. ¿Cómo saber si este patrimonio ha sido bien o mal adquirido? Si debe o no ser devuelto a su país de origen y cómo. No es muy complicado. Esa presentación intentará exponer las leyes vigentes y las medidas aplicadas en Francia, así como algunos ejemplos de restitución. Y se puede... había una respuesta a su cuestión sobre los museos de Quai Branly, porque hay una ley en Francia que se puede por los huesos humanos. Voy a ver. Según la legislación francesa, los bienes culturales en posesión del Estado, de organismos públicos, están sujetos al régimen del dominio público y por tanto son inalienables, imprescriptibles e inembargables, lo que significa que no pueden ser retirados del dominio público y por tanto no pueden ser devueltos. muy complicado. Juntos examinaremos excepciones a estos principios, las dos leyes marco existentes en materia de restitución, la restitución de la Segunda Guerra Mundial y la restitución de los huesos humanos, y algunas leyes individuales que permiten la restitución caso por caso. En segunda parte, la normativa general que regula las excavaciones en territorio francés y las devoluciones que pueden hacer al Estado francés, porque son muchos franceses que saqueados los sitios arqueológicos, que no es bueno, y que se está haciendo para mejorar el conocimiento de la procedencia de los bienes culturales por el futuro. La primera ley, la ordenanza de 1945, permitió a todas las personas expoliadas en Francia durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial recuperar el pleno control de sus bienes muebles e inmuebles. Hay muchos artículos como eso, pero no voy a decirlos todos. El artículo establece la nulidad legal del saqueado, y el artículo 4 se dice que los compradores sucesivos que consideran poseedores de mala fe en relación con el propietario desposeído y que en ningún caso podrán invocar el derecho de retención. Es que realmente sí fue probado que el persona que fue saqueado es su propiedad, se va a volver en todos los casos. Después había un decreto en el 30 de septiembre de 1949 que dice, perdón, me ha perdido un poco, y al final de la Segunda Guerra Mundial un gran número de objetos sospechosos de haber sido saqueados fueron devueltos a Francia desde Alemania y todos los territorios controlados por el Tercer Reich, unos 60.000. 3/4 partes se devolvieron rápidamente a sus propietarios, que eran fácil de reconocerlos. De la cuarta parte restante, el Estado seleccionó los más valiosos, importantes, alrededor del 15%, son 2.200, como objetos MNR, que significa Museos Nacionales Recuperación. Confiado al cuidado de museos nacionales, pero lo que es importante es que no formaban parte de colecciones públicas y que no es del dominio público. Es más fácil para volver. Y los demás objetos fueron vendidos por el Estado en los años 50. El término MNR se ha convertido en un término genérico correspondiendo originalmente a pinturas, que estaban las más importantes objetos saqueados por los alemanes. Pero ahora hay también objetos había todo un tipo de otros objetos con prefixos específicos como antigüedades orientales, antigüedades egipcias, and so on. El plazo legal para presentar reclamaciones nunca se ha fijado. Normalmente se debe ser 1, 2, 3 años, no, también sigue corriendo. Y actualmente son objetos de investigaciones de procedencia, ya que se han devuelto pocas. Como lo ha dicho la primera persona, pensó, era menos de 200 sobre 2.200 en 65 años, muy poco. Y es por eso que ahora hay una procedura proactiva y no solamente... Y después, el 10 de julio de 1995, en la conmemoración de la redada del Veldiv, en contra de los judíos, del 16 de julio de 1942, el presidente francés Jacques Chirac reconoció la responsabilidad de las autoridades francesas en la persecución de la comunidad judía durante la ocupación y afirmó la voluntad de reparación de los poderes públicos. Y después se fue una misión, la misión Matteoli, en los años 1997 y 1998, sobre el expolio de judíos en Francia. Gracias. Y que recomendó, en otras cosas, la creación de un organismo específico y una comisión consultativa dependiente del primer ministro, creada por el decreto de 1999. Y después su denominación y atribución fueron ligeramente modificadas, pero denominada ahora Comisión para la Restitución de Bienes y la Indemnización de las Víctimas del Expolio Antisemita, se encarga de examinar las solicitudes presentadas por las víctimas o los beneficiarios, decidir sobre la restitución de bienes culturales pertenecientes a colecciones públicas o privadas, emitir un dictamen sobre la existencia del expolio y las circunstancias en que se produjo. En 2024 recibió 76 remisiones para restitución, como así, y después... me voy a la otra. Después de la comisión fue creada una misión de investigación y restitución de los bienes culturales sacados entre 1933 y 1945. Fue creado en abril de 2019, tras conmemoración de la redada del Veldiv en 2018 y el deseo del gobierno francés de hacer más para volver los bienes. El primero depende del primer ministro, ese depende del ministro de la Cultura, que no es muy diferente de como proceso. Y estaba aunque el deseo del gobierno francés de la época de hacer más porque no estaba suficiente la primera procedura que han hecho. Además de los bienes del MNR y de las obras de las colecciones públicas, se puede recurrir a esta misión para ayudar a los beneficiarios de las familias expoliadas en sus gestiones de restitución en el extranjero o ante propietarios privados o públicos. Trabaja en esta colaboración con la comisión que ya vimos antes y acaba de publicar su primer informe. Como ya se ha mencionado, en los casos en los que expolios afectaban a objetos que habían ingresado en colecciones públicas por compra, donación o legado, la legislación vigente no permitía su restitución. La única opción era aprobar una ley especial, caso por caso, un proceso engorroso y largo que requería la redacción de un proyecto de ley y un decreto, su examen por el Consejo de Estado, y luego por ambas cámaras, que el sistema francés, Asamblea y Senado, para su apropiación y posterior promulgación por decreto. El proyecto de ley marco de 22 de julio de 2023 permitirá la restitución de los bienes saqueados conservados en colecciones públicas mediante una excepción a la ley francesa de patrimonio y la derogación del principio de inalienabilidad. Por tanto, ya no es necesario aprobar una ley especial para cada restitución ni promulgar un decreto. La decisión de retirar los objetos expoliados de las colecciones públicas y devolverlos a sus legítimos propietarios la tome el propietario público tras consultar a una comisión independiente encargada de dictaminar sobre los hechos de expoliación, que es la comisión donde he hablado antes. Vamos. Y en sus misiones de investigación, Francia trabaja desde los años de 2099 en cooperación con las comisiones de 4 otros países europeos, que son Alemania, Austria, Países Bajos y Reino Unido, que fueron los más concernados para la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Francia presidirá la red durante un año hasta julio de 2025, porque es una red turnante. Se publica periódicamente un boletín y se organizan reuniones y actos. Okay. Aunque los bienes de la minera consisten principalmente en pinturas y objetos de artes, también se incluyen objetos arqueológicos. Los que no han podido ser devueltos están depositados principalmente en el Museo del Louvre. Puedes ver algunos ejemplos en la diapositiva. Se trata principalmente de objetos arqueológicos orientales o greco-romanos. No pienso que había del Sudamérica. Pero si usted conoce a algunas personas que fue saqueado, se puede tomar los contactos de internet y se puede pedir, porque son los muchos objetos 2000 que no se fue. En los museos se puede ver porque cuando están exposados hay un piccolo en el título, hay escrito MNR. Y es que no existe a nadie, no es propietario de nadie. La demanda de restitución, si le interesa, o de indemnización consta de 5 fases y dura entre 22 y 40 meses. Primera fase es solicitud de registro, segunda investigación por la misión de investigación que hemos visto. Tercera fase, investigación del magistrado ponente de la comisión. 4, reunión del colegio de decisión de la comisión y después de estas 4 primeras fases hay una última que es la decisión de indemnización por decisión del primer ministro o de restitución por decisión del Ministerio de Cultura o de la entidad pública depositaria del bien, porque los museos son en el poder del ministro de la Cultura, porque hay una diferencia. Es por eso, perdón. Y vamos a otro tema. En Francia es la legislación sobre las excavaciones arqueológicas. Hasta el principio del siglo XX, 90, no existía ninguna normativa que regulara la propiedad de los objetos arqueológicos, muebles o inmuebles descubiertos durante las excavaciones en Francia. Todo se puede hacer un vuelo y tomar. No fue hasta la década de 1830 cuando se prestó mayor atención a los hallazgos arqueológicos y a su destino. El cargo de Inspector General de Monumentos Históricos adscrito al Ministerio del Interior, División de Bellas Artes, porque a esta época no existe el Ministro de Cultura en Francia. Se fue creado muchos años después. Se creó en 1830. Primero se confió a Vité y después, que es más conocido en el historiador, a Mérimée. Tras el dictamen favorable de la Comisión de Monumentos Históricos, creada en 1837, los yacimientos más interesantes podrán recibir una subvención estatal siempre que cumplan una serie de normas, entre ellas que los objetos recorridos pasen a formar parte de colecciones públicas. La circular del 3 de marzo de 1838 del ministro del Interior, Montalive, intentó regular las excavaciones arqueológicas, pero no fue hasta 1941, después de la guerra durante la Guerra Segunda Mundial, cuando se aprobó la primera ley que las regulaba. El comienzo del siglo XX dio lugar a numerosos debates sobre si los arqueólogos debían o no tener libertad para realizar excavaciones y apropiarse de los hallazgos realizados. Este ejemplo es un menú de alguna persona que no se conoce, no es famosa, pero que muestra a la izquierda el aficionado descubriendo restos y la izquierda profesional, y me parece con humor, sí, como eso lo pone. Sí, sí. Es un menú, es interesante. Después, en septiembre, el 27 de septiembre de 1941, se promulgó una ley conocida como Ley Carcopino, es un nombre de un hombre, para regular las excavaciones arqueológicas, que no fue validada hasta el 3 de septiembre de 1945, después del fin de la Segunda Guerra Mundial. esta ley introdujo la obligación de solicitar autorización para realizar excavaciones, la supervisión estatal de las excavaciones y la obligación de declarar los hallazgos fortuitos. Esta ley fue modificada a lo largo de los años mediante ordenanzas o decretos. Y en el Código del Patrimonio francés también regula el uso de detectores de metales en sus artículos legislativos y reglamentarios, porque en Francia hay muchos problemas con los detectores de metales y debates con la asociación que saqueados totalmente los sitios arqueológicos, son franceses y sitios arqueológicos franceses. Questo Código del Patrimonio exige la presentación de una solicitud de autorización administrativa previa a cualquier excavación arqueológica y prevé una multa de quinta categoría en caso de incumplimiento, que es la más grave según la legislación francesa. Se puede ser después de 1.500 euros, que no es mucho, hasta perdón, no me recuerdo, 150.000 euros y 10 años de encarcelación, que es muy poco pesante, ¿no? TAPS, y a pesar de cuesta, a pesar de esta normativa, en Francia sigue habiendo muchos casos de excavaciones no declaradas o saqueadas y de uso ilegal de detectores de metales. De ahí la restitución voluntaria o forzosa de bienes arqueológicos al Estado francés. Un ejemplo de restitución voluntaria es el cuarto signo galo encontrado en el sur de Francia. Lo que me ha dicho un amigo que laboró en un laboratorio de recerca. Un individuo se presentó en un laboratorio de mi amigo con un kit de jabalí y lo dejó. Su explicación sobre el contexto del hallazgo no está tan clara. La fina y flexible lámina de aleación de cobre estaba corroída en la superficie. Es la parte a la siniestra. No sé si... Bueno. De cobre estaba corroída en la superficie. Por una cuestión de conciencia, el laboratorio alertó a sus colegas de los servicios de recerca arqueológica que comprenderían inmediatamente la importancia del descubrimiento e interrogaron al inventor, que no se puede decir algo muy claro. Al final, el inventor entregó el robreto al Estado a través del Museo de Simias, el más cercano a la zona del descubrimiento. Finalmente, fue modelado los elementos y realizado una restitución visible en oro en la foto. El Museo de Simias de Niza, donde se expone actualmente, ha optado por presentar los elementos auténticos y la reconstrucción uno al lado del otro. Otros objetos se devuelven regularmente al Estado francés tras ser incautados por los gendarmes o la Policía Nacional. Como así es interesante porque hay un gendarme que ahora se vuelve arqueológico porque le gusta mucho y no faltan muchas cosas, objetos que fueron robados y después va a tomar ahora tiene un diploma de doctor en arqueología. Es interesante. Es muy conocido, hay muchas cosas en este hombre en Internet. Vamos a pasar a la ley que pienso va a interesar a ustedes. Es la ley sobre los huesos humanos y la restitución en Francia. A lo largo de los siglos, como resultado de las exploraciones y conquistas francesas, de la investigación científica y de las excavaciones arqueológicas, varios centenares de instituciones públicas francesas han adquirido restos humanos, esqueletos, huesos, momias, cráneos, etc., con el fin de estudiarlos o conservarlos, eran objetos efectivos, o simplemente porque pertenecían al dominio público y por tanto eran inalienables según la legislación francesa. En respuestas a las peticiones de restitución de obras por parte de estados o instituciones extranjeras, se han aprobado leyes especiales cada vez por unanimidad de diputados y senadores que permiten levantar la alienabilidad de las colecciones públicas. Algunos ejemplos es la ley del 6 de marzo 2002, que autorizó el regreso a Sudáfrica de los restos mortales de Saartjie Baartman, conocida como la Venus Hottentote, a petición del presidente Nelson Mandela. Esa mujer fue exactamente, únicamente un objeto que se fue comprada por algunas personas y que fue en Francia. Murió en París en 1815 y su esqueleto, acompañado de una estatua, se expuso en el Jardín des Plantes, es el Museo Natural en París, y después en el Museo del Homme de París. Actualmente está enterrada cerca de Ankei, su pueblo natal en Sudáfrica. Un otro ejemplo es el 17 de julio de 2002. Los restos mortales de Vaimica Pirú fueron devueltos a Uruguay. Era un cacique charrúa que luchaba por la independencia uruguaya, que fue capturado en 1831, vendido y llevado a Francia en 1833 con su mujer y otros 2 compatriotas para ser exhibidos en uno de los primeros zoológicos humanos. Posteriormente fueron utilizados para experimentos científicos. Vaimaru Pirú murió en 1833, muy poco tiempo después, y su esposa en 1834. Los restos de Vaimaru Pirú fueron inhumados el 19 de julio de 2002 en el Panteón Nacional de Montevideo con todos los honores de Estado. Después fue algunos problemas en Uruguay, pero hoy está de nuevo en el Panteón Nacional. Tercero ejemplo es en respuesta al deseo de la ciudad de Rouen, de devolver a Nueva Zelanda la cabeza maorí conservada en su Museo de Historia Natural, lo que no era posible en virtud de la legislación francesa. Se promulgó una ley especial el 18 de mayo de 2010. Esta ley autoriza la restitución de todas las cabezas maoríes conservadas en los museos franceses. 20 cabezas maoríes, entre ellas una que era en la posesión de la Universidad de Montpellier, fueron devueltas a Nueva Zelanda el 23 de enero de 2002 en una ceremonia oficial en el Museo del Quai Branly, porque en efectivo hay muchas cosas de otros países en el Museo Branly, de todos los continentes. Se trataba de la primera iniciativa legislativa que permitía la restitución de toda una categoría de bienes arqueológicos o antropológicos. Ups. Sigue. Si j'y arrive. Yes. Non. Y después un otro caso es en julio de 2020. Francia devolvió 20 cráneos argelinos llevados a Francia en el siglo XIX a petición de Argelia. Dado que estos procedimientos, estos 4 primeros ejemplos, son engorrosos y lentos, con el fin de simplificarlos y facilitar la restitución de los huesos humanos conservados en colecciones públicas, el presidente de la República promulgó una ley el 26 de diciembre de 2023, tras el dictamen favorable unánime de los diputados y senadores. Completa el Código del Patrimonio en estas materias, creando algunos nuevos artículos. Y a partir de ahora, las restituciones ya no requerían la votación de una ley específica, sino simplemente un decreto, que es una procedura muy ligera, más fácil. Un procedimiento mucho más rápido y ligero que permite retirar los objetos a restituir de las colecciones públicas y da un plazo, en principio de 1 año, a los titulares para efectuar la restitución. La decisión puede tomarla el primer ministro basándose en un informe elaborado por el ministro de la Cultura. La ley especifica que los restos humanos solo pueden ser devueltos a un país con fines de inhumación y bajo ciertas condiciones. Entre otras cosas, la solicitud debe hacerla un Estado y los restos humanos deben tener menos de 500 años. Para garantizar su correcta aplicación, el Parlamento ha solicitado que se le presente un informe anual, solicitudes de restitución en curso, decisiones adoptadas en el último año y restituciones efectuadas. La restitución más reciente, registrada mediante el decreto del 2 de abril de 2025, es la de 3 cráneos sacalava a la República de Madagascar. El cráneo del rey Toera, fallecido en 1897, y 2 jefes de guerra conservados en las colecciones públicas del Museo de Historia Natural de París. Hasta hoy, perdón porque es en francés, pero son las estadísticas de los restos humanos que están conservadas en el Museo Nacional en París, y entre los hay unos 700 restos identificados como extranjeros en las colecciones públicas del Museo de Historia Natural. No sé si hay de Chile, no sé. Perché non sono identificados o se puede ser, no, I don't know. Aparte de la ley marco que regula los bienes culturales saqueados durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial o la ley sobre los huesos humanos, que permite retirar dichos bienes de las colecciones públicas por simple decreto, ninguna otra restitución es posible sin la aprobación de una ley específica. En 1900, las otras personas han hablado sobre la ley del UNESCO de 1970. En Francia lo habíamos ratificado solamente en 1997. Y en esta ley no hay muchos en la restitución, pero hay 2 artículos. Los artículos 7, que contiene disposiciones sobre la restitución, medidas de incautación y devolución de bienes culturales robados e importados. Y el segundo artículo es el artículo 3, que da disposiciones nacionales sobre restitución y cooperación. Es solo un pequeño marco, pero es un empiezo de marco para restitución. También se puede recurrir al Comité Intergubernamental para el Retorno y la Restitución de la UNESCO para que facilite las negociaciones bilaterales entre Estados relativas a las solicitudes de retorno y restitución de bienes culturales. Son otros ejemplos de restitución. Habíamos que en Francia algunos problemas con los países de África, porque algunos eran colonizaciones para la Francia, pero hay algunos ejemplos de restitución que son, por los más recientes, perdí la página. La devolución el 23 de junio de 2021 a Egipto en su embajada en París de 114 piezas de antigüedad sacadas ilegalmente del país sin los certificados oficiales correspondientes. Fue el Oficio Central de Lucha en contra del Tráfico de Bienes Culturales en Francia que se puede hacerlo, aparte de una denunciación anónima sobre la presencia en la finca de un aficionado a la egiptología de objetos que carecían de los documentos que autorizaban en su salida del territorio egipcio. Es una foto, la foto del mediante que le muestra. Un retorno en África es al Benin y al Senegal. En 1920, de 26 objetos del antiguo reino de Dahomey, el tesoro de Benzín, que fue expuestos en el Museo de Quai Branly. Pero en Francia los objetos más o menos son en 2 museos, Museo del Hombre y en 3 museos, Museo del Hombre, Museo de Quebranly y Museo de Historia Natural. En otros museos no hay muchos. Tercer ejemplo es el retorno a Honduras el 19 de marzo de 2025 de 133 objetos arqueológicos prehispánicos, objetos de obsidiana, cerámica, tallas de piedra, en poder del Museo de Quebranly. Los objetos fueron devueltos a una ceremonia en Tegucigalpa y procedían de varias excavaciones arqueológicas del centro y sur de Honduras. Fueron devueltos gracias en parte a un investigador del Instituto Hondureño de Antropología e Historia. Y para concluir, porque estoy un poquito longa, algunos ejemplos de medidas adoptadas en Francia en 3 ámbitos principales: normativas sobre subastas públicas voluntarias, formación y búsqueda de procedencia para colecciones públicas. Hay un orden de 2012 por la que se aprueba el Código de Obligaciones Éticas de los Operadores de Ventas Voluntarias de Muebles en Subasta Pública, que establece las obligaciones de los subastadores que gestionan ventas voluntarias, porque en Francia hoy es totalmente obligatorio de decir la proveniencia exacta del objeto que se va a vender. En todas las galerías, ventas voluntarias, se debe probar, porque si no, no es legal. También hay el vademecum sobre el tratamiento de los bienes culturales expoliados, elaborado conjuntamente por la comisión que hemos visto antes, y el Consejo de las Ventas Voluntarias de muebles a las subastas públicas, la autoridad reguladora de las ventas en subasta en 2017, que enumera en otras cosas las bases de datos que pueden consultarse y los principales textos aplicables, y recuerda las obligaciones jurídicas y éticas de los operadores de ventas voluntarias. Hay también un axo de formación que con la creación de cursos de posgrado especializados en la investigación sobre la procedencia y la formación de jóvenes licenciados o profesionales del sector público, que ya es en activo. Y como así, desde febrero de 2022, la Universidad de Paris-Nanterre ofrece un diploma universitario de nivel Master 2. Y última para concluir, hoy hay contratación de personal dedicado a la investigación de procedencias en los museos. Hay 5 en el Louvre, 1 en el Museo de Orsay, en Quebranly y 1, por ejemplo, en curso en el Museo de Autun. Hay una pide. Y la realización de trabajos de investigación sobre todas sus colecciones públicas para saber de dónde viene y si hay restitución que hacer o no. Muchas gracias por su atención y perdón por mi español que no es bueno. Ups.
Thank you so much, Muriel. And for our last presentation, we will move from the law to policy and hear from session co-chair, Emeritus Professor, Archaeologist, and Heritage Expert from Australia, Dr. Ian Lilly.
Hola. That's the end of my Spanish. Some quick acknowledgements, of course, the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting. We've had some pretty spectacular talks, as well as the opening ceremony that reminds us of where we are and whose land we're on. Icamos Chile for bringing us here, and ICAM for organising this fantastic event. The Antiquities Coalition for their unstinting support of the ICAM illicit trafficking network working group, and also my work with the G20 or for them. Our very, very generous sponsors and the hardworking Team Trauma. Okay, so why the G20? Well, in 2021, the G20 culture ministers issued the Rome Declaration on Culture. It was a follow-on from a first meeting of the G20 culture ministers in Saudi in 2020, so it's all very recent. It was reinforced by an overall 2021 G20 leaders declaration, so it's a very welcome intervention at the highest international level. We've been hearing ground-up or bottom-up interventions throughout the conference. This is pretty much from the very toppest of the top down. The culture ministers have raised the issue with the G20 because they see culture counting as a core global factor owing to its social and particularly its economic value. And they have a very strong emphasis on cultural heritage protection and combating heritage crime. However, since these early days, very little, or nothing really concrete has emerged. So what's the problem? Why has nothing really emerged? Well, as we've heard from Tess earlier, looting and other forms of what we now call cultural crime are age-old. They go back forever. In the past, many motivations were behind looting and cultural crime. Very often it was to assert cultural dominance. A local-ish example is the cathedral in the main square of Lima in Peru, which sits a little bit higher than all the other buildings around the square because they built it right on top of the main Inca ceremonial ground in the area. So it's saying, we are here. Currently, there's a very significant focus globally on the relationship between cultural crime, illicit trafficking, and terrorism and terrorist funding. Now, this focus on terrorism boosts global government awareness and government funding of heritage protection, but as Neil Brodie and, my brain has gone dead, Donna, thank you. Donna Yates told us, looting and trafficking is organised crime, first and foremost. And it involves money laundering, tax evasion, other financial crime. But the main problems with dealing with this financial crime, or this organised financial crime, is a lack of regulation. As Tess said, it's the world's biggest unregulated market in art and artefacts, and a lack of verifiable empirical evidence to support intervention, interdiction. As Margaret told us, it's constantly a requirement of law to prove the ownership, prove the illicit movement of goods. So in this atmosphere, with the G20 taking an interest but there being a big problem with enforcement and making it stick, the Antiquities Coalition in 2021 developed a roadmap for the G20 concerning these issues. And they had 9 recommendations. The biggest one is building political will, getting strong statements out of government, drawing a comprehensive action plan, a roadmap as they call it, identifying challenges and opportunities, including, or primarily through accountability reporting, actually making people report on what they've done and what they've achieved. Showcasing best practices through educational programs particularly. And filling law and policy gaps through a harmonised response, identifying what's wrong and getting a harmonised response across those problem areas. And when these problem areas are identified, strengthening the weak links through self-assessments, through implementation plans, so we don't just have talk, we have actual action, people assessing themselves and then coming up with plans to go forward. And of course, supporting communities and countries in crisis. And some countries are deeply in crisis in relation to looting and cultural trafficking. And so a big effort from a big part of the Antiquities Coalition roadmap was capacity building. And of course, committing to continuing action through the annual G20 meetings. Now, I haven't got in here what the G20 is. It was actually formulated as a financial group after the global financial crisis, which I have to say wasn't actually global. Canada didn't really have it, Australia didn't really have it, but most of the rest of the world suffered badly, and the G20 was formed to respond to that. But over time, they've added numerous dimensions to their mission. cultural heritage being a recent one. Now, the G20's, the Antiquities Coalition's plans or roadmap for the G20 is a great aspiration. It's a truly sort of, forward-looking document. The problem is that if you look into research, empirical research done on the G20, it finds that members' support for organisational positions on cultural crime or anything else vary by country and by issue. The support for anything the G20 does is highest amongst advanced economies. Most people immediately think of the West, but in fact quite a few of the Asian economies are very proactive. The strongest action, as might be predictable given the origins of the G20, but more particularly too through what you might call the general characteristics of international politics, the strongest actions are in economics, finance and terrorism, not the things that we're interested in here, like environment, heritage, crime. In other words, the things we're interested in are a low priority for the G20 members. Why is it a low priority? Well, the problem is that they don't really stick to a plan that research shows will work. So they need, for example, same subject as they're called, ministerial meetings. Every year they need the ministers of culture to talk explicitly about looting and cultural crime. That doesn't always happen. It rarely happens, in fact, historically. They also need what we might call high binding level language. Now this relates to what Tess and Margaret were talking about in terms of international hard law and soft law. Hard law is high binding level language, you will do this. Soft law is more like, we would really like you to do this, please. And what we find is that most of the G20 pronouncements on cultural heritage are couched in low binding level law, low binding level language. It's really, we would really appreciate it if you could think about possibly getting around to doing something sometime. We need a change in that. So, as I said, in the annual meetings, there's not been formally any inclusion of heritage protection on a regular basis. We also find that the language, as I said, is very low binding, and it's what one fairly blunt researcher called empty signifiers. Value, what do they call it? There's a word for it. I can't remember, but there's a word for it. In other words, they're saying a lot of things but not actually saying anything at all. Virtue signalling. Okay, it's also compounded, and this is what I want to talk about a little bit more detail, compounded by low engagement with international organisations and what they call poor complementarity between key blocks inside the G20. So inside the G20 there's the G7 and there's also the BRICS groups, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and it's expanding now. So there's not a lot of harmonisation either within the G7 nations on things like cultural heritage or anything else, or within the BRICS nations on cultural heritage or anything else, or between the G7 as a bloc and the BRICS as a bloc. Now, the research done at the Toronto G20 Research Centre has found that this is a particular problem. And in my work that I've published through the Antiquities Coalition last year, which you can find by just Googling Lily Heritage G20, we find, I'd say, that they've ignored a number of key organisations. One is what they used to call the Bretton Woods twins, the IMF and the World Bank. Not the world's most favourite people, but they are actually core members of the G20. Along with a whole bunch of countries, the IMF and World Bank are members of the G20. So it would make sense to talk to them. Why? Well, the IMF is concerned about links between cultural crime and financial crime. The IMF is the International Monetary Fund. The World Bank covers heritage in two ways. One is through development impact mitigation policies, which I and other people in the room here have had a fair bit to do with, trying to make them behave in relation to their development impact in terms of heritage and other things. They also undertake cultural heritage development projects themselves, a different bit of the bank, which doesn't talk to the other bit of the bank, but they develop cultural tourism projects as development. So the bank itself should have a big interest in heritage. It does have an interest in heritage, but the heritage people in the G20 don't talk to the bank people particularly well. Okay, the other organisation is our sister or cousin organisation, IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, based in Switzerland. Now, its remit, despite its name, includes cultural as well as natural heritage. ICOMOS doesn't always like that, but it's a fact. And IUCN works with ICOMOS, it works with ICROM and other groups on what's called the Nature Culture Journey, as featured, for example, in the ICOMOS General Assembly. Oh, I forgot to edit that. This is an update on a paper I did for the ICOMOS General Assembly, not next week. But they've worked for us on this Nature Culture Journey since about 2012-13. So it's a thing around, and they put in most of the money. So the IUCN has a big foot in the door of cultural heritage. Now, the other one, which is a bit more controversial, is the International Criminal Court. And this is where hard law and soft law sort of meet. The big problem with talking about the G20 and the International Criminal Court is that a number of key members of the G20 and the G7 and BRICS are not signatories to the International Criminal Court, the US being one of them, but Russia I think is another one. So actually talking from the G20 to the ICC is a bit of a problem for that reason. But the ICC should be consulted because many of you in the room may know it's demonstrated a growing interest in heritage protection, preservation, anti-looting. Some of its very prominent cases were the destruction of Islamic tombs in Mali, for example. And they've argued against critics of their move into cultural heritage because they say, what's the court got to do with cultural heritage? They say it's actually in line with their statutory responsibility to adjudicate on issues of genocide, war crimes and crimes against humanity. And if you read the statements about cultural heritage crime by the ICC prosecutors, they are very pointed and worthwhile statements on the value of cultural heritage to the sorts of things we've been talking about over the last few days, cultural identity and so on. So those three bodies, there's actually four, but the Bretton Woods twins, named because they were first formed in Bretton Woods near DC, IUCN and the ICC would be key, there are others, but these would be key organisations for the G20 to engage with to better advance their interests in cultural heritage. So on the basis of the research that I did for the Antiquities Coalition, I came up with some recommendations to assist with, primarily to assist the Antiquities Coalition with moving its roadmap forward, but more generally for the G20. They should really continue their annual same subject ministerial meetings explicitly on heritage and heritage protection, cultural racketeering, but also ensure that what they call the ministerial working groups collaborate on these matters between G20 meetings. The G20 does not have any, bricks and mortar presence. It goes from year to year between presidencies. This year is South Africa, next year will be the US. And it's very difficult to maintain continuity, but the working groups should be tasked with that job. We should also strengthen the binding level of the language from please, if we get down on our knees, will you do it, to a stronger declaration of intent to ensure higher levels of compliance amongst member states. So they don't just say, yeah, we'll get around to it. They're actually obliged to do it. And also taking a whole of G20 approach on heritage protection and heritage crime that ensures complementarity and mutual reinforcement between the working groups, the G20, its constituent blocks, inside the G7, inside BRICS, make sure they're all on the same page and pointed in the same direction. Engaging with an extended and more diverse range of international organisations, particularly the Bank, the IMF, the IUCN and ICC. At the moment, they do engage with a range of organisations, including, of course, ICOMOS. ICOMOS has a G20 working group. I'm hoping through, I can't see it, Teresa, to get better articulated with that myself. But the range and, if you like, strength of the organ, or the weight of the organisations with which they deal could be expanded to their benefit. And finally, and this is the biggie, establishing and maintaining a permanent, independent, multilateral G20 Ministerial Heritage Resource Centre for Cultural Heritage Protection and the global fight against cultural crime. Quite a long time ago, several decades ago, a well-known Australian heritage lawyer proposed that UNESCO be this body. UNESCO is probably not best suited to it, although it should be engaged with it. It's probably better to set up a virtual or bricks and mortar or combination G20 group that can bring in all these different bodies that we're talking about. And as I said earlier, the G20 has no institutional base, so something like this is required to keep all the threads together between meetings as well as during meetings. Okay, now that was something that I published last year. Since then, all of us have, the world has changed for all of us, shall we say. The current US administration will take over the G20 for 2026, as I said earlier. Now, the US State Department Cultural Heritage Centre expressed keen interest in the Antiquities Coalition policy brief that I did last year, and we had a promising exploratory meeting in December 2024 between Donald Trump's election and his inauguration. It went quite quiet since then, and just recently the administration announced sweeping financial cuts and major reorganisations to the State Department. I was absolutely convinced that that would include cultural heritage, because cultural heritage is actually, those words are explicitly on a list of banned language on the part of the Trump administration. So I just saw this go out the window. By some miracle, these guys may have some more information than I do, but by some miracle, the Cultural Heritage Centre survived the changes. It's restarted critical work on looting and restitution that had been suspended. And in fact, one of the reasons for us having this session here now is that next Tuesday, the State Department's cultural, I forget what it's called, QHAPAQ, which is a presidential advisory committee on cultural heritage, will be talking about extending the Chile-US agreement on looting and cultural crime. And so one of the reasons for this thing was to help that along, this session here. So as I said, it's survived the changes. We've started things up again. So this may mean that the G20 is going to kick this up again over the next year or two, possibly closer to 2026, but who knows. That very quickly is cultural heritage in the G20. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all of our presenters. I just shared Ian's paper in the WhatsApp group chat. If you're interested in checking that out, you can also find it on our website. And more information about the meeting he mentioned about the bilateral agreement between the United States and Chile. We're now going to do about 20 minutes of question and answer. We welcome anyone from the audience to ask a question of any of our panelists. Also, if you prefer, we welcome the chance to hear from all of you directly. If you have something to share about this topic or more that you would like to say about your own experience with this topic, we'd really love to hear from you. So, any questions? Yes. I think we will bring a microphone, just 1 minute.
Question for Muriel. Any collections from North America, specifically Canada and the United States, of Aboriginal, Indigenous properties there? And have you been working with North American communities at all?
as I'm working in bank and I'm doing consulting in management, I have not made research by myself, but effectively there is lots of that kind of archaeological objects, and in Museum de l'Homme and in Museum de Quai Branly. It's a two big museum where there is anthropologist object. But I don't think that there is a ask for Canadian people to come back. Okay. Pleasure.
Don't be shy.
More questions, please? Anyone? Questions? I'll start asking you questions. Yes.
Thank you to all the speakers. We often find when it comes to looting, trafficking, that there are other crimes that must have happened before, or some crimes that are about to happen after. It could be illegal excavation, could be a bribe, could be money laundering. What can we do to kind of create a monitoring chain, sort of up and downstream from just trafficking?
Thank you. Who wants to take that? Tess?
Thank you so much for the question, and it's an incredibly important point that looting and trafficking do not exist in isolation, but involve a wide range of crimes. This is actually something we will be touching upon in the keynote later tonight before the reception, which we know it's been a long day and a long afternoon, but we welcome everyone to join. So we'll actually be talking about this in great detail then, but for those who are not able to join later tonight, there's been an increased movement to treat looting and trafficking as what are called financial or economic crimes. This is something that I think is sometimes difficult for our community as archaeologists and those interested in cultural heritage to accept because it's treating cultural heritage as a monetary asset. That said, the criminals are treating cultural heritage as a monetary aspect. The people who are trafficking antiquities are often also trafficking wildlife or guns or blood diamonds or illicit timber. The list goes on and on. They're not interested in its cultural properties. They're interested in its economic value. And so to combat it legally and through law enforcement as an economic and financial crime can often be a very practical way at stopping it. So we will be talking about that a little bit later tonight after the break. Do any of the other panelists have anything to add to that? Oh, yes. And then the gentleman.
Just in that connection, one of the things that we should continually think about is how we can relate amongst those groups of crimes that Tess mentioned, particularly, for example, wildlife trafficking. They've got some very good approaches to tracking, for example, wildlife tracking, that we could conceivably use. But as Tess said, it's often the same people. It's like Monday it's heritage, Tuesday it's wildlife, Wednesday it's humans, and working with law enforcement, but also the agencies that deal specifically with those things, like IUCN, for example, or World Wildlife Fund, could be very productive for us as well. And not mean that we've split forces, that we actually combine forces.
Hola, tengo dos preguntas. Una es, desde la UNESCO, ¿qué categoría se le da a los cuerpos humanos en estas listas de patrimonio? Y la otra pregunta para la amiga exponente de Francia, No entendí bien si la antigüedad para la restitución de los cuerpos no tiene que ser menor de, o tiene que ser menor de 500 años. Nos gustaría que nos ilustrara por qué esa cantidad de años, el por qué, eso.
Per los años no so, pienso que es porque más difícil es seguro de la proveniencia de los huesos si en más edad de 500 años. Es solamente por esta razón.
This might be a question for Tess. Is there sort of an international standard, a best practice for the looted Nazi items when there's no surviving heir or previous owner?
Thank you so much for the question, and let me begin by stressing that our work is very much on the periphery of this issue, and so there are many people who specialize exactly in that. But in general, as mentioned today, and I think the case of Nazi looted art illustrates just what an uphill battle it is for communities and countries to recover stolen property. This is obviously one of the best documented crimes in recent centuries. I think the world is in unanimous agreement that it was a crime and what the right thing to do is, and supportive of it, and yet lifetimes, literal lifetimes later, there's still hundreds of thousands of pieces that have not been returned. We are still seeing some of our top museums argue using procedural defenses, not saying, oh, this wasn't stolen, but you didn't meet the statute of limitations, you didn't meet the standard of proof, you didn't meet this or that. So in some ways, again, there's the strongest international consensus on this issue, and still it's an uphill battle for claimants who are often individuals who don't have the resources that a major institution like a museum would have, or in many cases, even a state. A lot of these pieces are in state collections around the world. And again, 70 years later, we're still dealing with this. So how long is it going to take Cambodia or Iraq or Yemen to recover their property? There has been growing international consensus. There was an international effort called the Washington Principles, through which a number of governments and groups gathered to say that they were going to work together to ensure that justice was done and these pieces were returned, and that museums would not rely on these procedural defenses, that they would look at whether something was stolen, not whether it met this law or that law. There's huge debate over whether the spirit of those principles has been met, whether those principles has been successful. But there hasn't been something really comparable yet that has had that much international support, that many groups signing on for other issues of pillage and plunder. And so I think there is a question about what our field can learn from that, what's worked, what hasn't. And also, this is something we have worked closely with a man named Mark Mazerovsky, who is a co-founder of a group called the Holocaust Art Restitution Project. One big problem, I think, is that the private sector is the private sector. They're organized. And so when they're combating something, whether it's the art market and museum community, fighting against repatriations, be it for Nazi looted art or colonial plunder or even recent thefts, they're very well organized in doing so. I think we are not as organized, and unfortunately, I don't think there's as much dialogue between the various impacted communities as there should be. Countries of origin, whether they be Italy or whether they be Cambodia, aren't necessarily talking to indigenous peoples and aren't talking to Nazi-looted art victims and aren't talking to all of these groups that are impacted. The crime is the same. The laws are sometimes often the same. The problem's certainly the same. The market's very well organized. They're talking, they're collaborating, our various different groups that are still very segmented. So I think that's a real opportunity for more dialogue between all of these different groups that are impacted through various different tragedies over various different centuries, but the end crime is often the same, to band together and approach those who are resisting this change with one voice instead of, dozens or even hundreds or thousands.
Gracias. También me pregunto que desde esta reunión anual del ICAM 2025, ¿cuál será el mecanismo para hacer una recomendación a propósito de esta reunión en donde participamos, haciendo ver que también somos víctimas de este proceso que sucedió con el saqueo de nuestros abuelos? Quisiera conocer un par de opiniones sobre cómo podemos establecer que en esta reunión nuestra presentación mediante este reclamo quede suscrito a las conclusiones de esta reunión. Es una pregunta, proposición.
Maybe a question for Matt? They would like to know if you'll be adding the information that they presented to the report or any other follow-up materials that are going to be coming out of the conference, since it's been a lot of, and they made specific recommendations that they would like to further publicize.
Sorry, I was in the middle of emailing. Because of copyright reasons, we're not going to share all of the presentations unless they were given consent by the individual presenters. So if there is a presentation that you're interested in specifically, you can write to me and I can put you in touch with that presenter, or rather put that presenter in touch with you, and you can have that discussion. We will have... Oh, yeah, by all means, we can, if you want to share it, we can facilitate that. That's not a problem at all. But we also... That'll teach me for doing internet. I was discussing with Teresa at lunch about the outcomes of this meeting, not just specifically this session, but all of the sessions, and trying to come up with some statements around what the conclusions of the meeting are, and where I've been trying to catch each of the session chairs to try and get some content from that, and we are going to try and collate that, develop that into something cohesive, and present that tomorrow evening, at least if, with the skills of Teresa, we'll be able to do that. No pressure. And so that's the idea, but there's no reason why it has to stop with tomorrow night. Tomorrow night could be a draft of something that we can really work together with. So yes is the short answer, but am I understanding the question now?
Perhaps could be good if every responsible for all the sessions we have could come with one phrase, two phrases that could be important. And then with these we can perhaps try to prepare something.
So I was going to try and catch each of the session chairs during this break and propose that we meet at the hotel this evening to maybe try and brainstorm a little bit of this, to try and work out a way to collate it. Did you want to add something, Sophia?
I just like to say to our colleagues that I was talking with my colleagues from the African Working Group, ICOMOS African Working Group, and there was a message from them saying that there has also been a lot of work that has been going on in Africa, and the south-to-south conversation between the two regions would be good. So I don't know if any colleagues from the Chile, ICOMOS Chile, or other groups that are working on this, maybe can start conversations between them.
Thank you, and that's also something that maybe our working group that we have on illicit trafficking can help with. Thank you. Yes, Joe.
My understanding was that it was the Atacameños who had some specific resolution that they would like to have put, and I wonder if we could ask for their question to be repeated, because I think it's not just with the chairs, it was a fairly specific proposal. And I'm not sure who said it, actually. Where did it come from? Behind me? Oh, you take it.
Disculpa, no entendí, pero quiero referirme también a una presentación, la última, sobre las palabras más, que es necesario palabras más firmes, ¿no? Y disculpa por la pregunta, no alcancé a entender la pregunta. ¿La inicial? De acuerdo. Sí. La pregunta es, hoy día ocurre ICAM 2025. A modo de conclusión, a modo de conclusión de toda la jornada, nos gustaría saber cuál es el mecanismo para que quede instalado nuestra presentación a modo de reclamo, víctimas de este proceso de saqueo de nuestros abuelos. Esa es la pregunta.
Bueno, a lo que dice Carlos, quisiera añadir algo que preguntó él hace un momento, porque Carlos preguntó cuál era la noción o de qué forma la UNESCO define lo que son los cuerpos humanos, ¿no? como categoría, como heritage, ya que, bueno, eso no lo dijo Carlos, pero yo acordándome, entiendo que parte del patrimonio mundial, por ejemplo, están los cuerpos momificados chinchorro, y también entiendo que hay otro cuerpo momificado de Australia que también es patrimonio mundial. Entonces, cabe la pregunta de cómo la UNESCO, en su definición de patrimonio mundial, está categorizando los cuerpos que de alguna forma pareciera al menos bastante distinta a cómo lo están categorizando, en este caso los atacameños o diferentes pueblos indígenas alrededor del mundo, que categorizan los cuerpos no como heritage, no como patrimonio, sino como ancestros. Hay una diferencia fuerte entre la definición de bienes culturales o patrimonio y ancestros, ¿no? Y unas implicancias distintas también.
Sorry, I was just actually checking the convention to make sure I remembered it correctly. Let me stress this is a complicated area in the law because there are vast differences between jurisdictions. It's my understanding that the 1970 convention, which shares a definition with the 1995 convention, uses cultural property or cultural objects, and they defined that it can include fossils, and it says anatomy, but that's not further defined. So I think that's definitely a gray area. I come from what is called a common law tradition. The United States, the United Kingdom, India, Australia practice the common law as opposed to much of the rest of the world, which is the civil law. I don't know if there's a civil lawyer here in the room, but in the common law tradition, there is a strong tradition that human bodies cannot be property. And I think there are legal arguments to be made because there's a contradiction in our law and in the practice, because clearly museums are treating these as property. They're treating it as property and objects. And I think there's legal arguments against that could be applied creatively, but still very much need to be done. So I think at least in the common law system, again, I'm not a civil lawyer, I think there is a big contradiction between what we have on paper and what institutions are actually doing in practice that needs to be reconciled. And also I think I think there's an opportunity to clarify with the convention, particularly 1970 and the 1995, which are the ones that deal with these objects. It's a main objection. There's a big debate going on within the legal community and more broadly about the use of cultural property versus cultural heritage versus another term. We were just at a conference, there's a similar debate going on in Arabic between different terms there because they have different implications. Sometimes those implications have legal consequences, and I think this is one where it does. So I think it's definitely an opportunity to explore and to use groups like Chrissy's group through the international community to push for clarification and definitions that are ethical in this case, because there's a very strong argument that the current ones, at least in practice, are not. Are there any other lawyers who could pitch in on this? No. Am I really the only lawyer here? Oh, okay.
Solamente quería terminar a propósito de la pregunta, recordándonos también la presentación de la compañera de Australia, Crisis, sobre lo que nos contaba y nos relataba a propósito de la participación en la UNESCO de parte de pueblos originarios o pueblos nativos. Y mi pregunta surge a propósito de cuando nos reunimos desde nuestra tradición, tenemos algunas primeras conclusiones. Creo que es como dijimos al principio de nuestra presentación, alabalti es bienvenido, y bienvenido con agradecimiento, que una vez terminada esta sesión 2025 en San Pedro Atacama, a lo menos podamos tener conclusiones y que nuestro tema presentado esté firme. Gracias.
Thank you. I just want to, I suppose, answer the question around human remains and World Heritage. If there are human remains or burials within a World Heritage property, that is classed as a cultural value. And we have one such site in Australia called the Willandra Lakes. And the archaeologists, when they found them, one was a man and later they found a woman. They were tested at 65,000 years. And so, sort of that's a very old, ancient, but the reason why I'd have to check with maybe Teresa or someone could answer this part better next, is that it's already in situ in the World Heritage property. And so it's classed as a value. But when they were, when they took away Mungo man and Mungo lady. They kept them in the university for 47 years. And when they gave them back to the community, we had to go through a process to actually rebury within the World Heritage property. So, yeah, so that's how Australia dealt with it. Is that correct, Teresa? Would that be correct? Like to rebury on a World Heritage property, you've got to go through a process with UNESCO. Yeah.
So a friend of mine is the ranger at Willandra Lakes, and he's been going through the consultation process of repatriation, reburial, and through that process, and it has been an incredibly difficult process because of, arguments within the community about what should happen to the remains, whether they should be buried back or within a keeping place for further research and those sorts of things. And that's coming from the community, not from archaeologists. So there's lots, it's a very complex issue, and there's no one easy solution, I think.
Well, we are not UNESCO, but in ICOMOS we always advise not to present the bodies, of course. This is always one advice, but I'd like to tell something about the Chinchorro, because what is inscribed in the World Heritage Site is the practices and is the beliefs. So it's very much also related to the intangible part of the mummification. That was the most part, many of them were created artificially with pieces of ceramics, with tissues, and this is what is inscribed on the World Heritage List. So it's a very specific case, and it's not, I think it's not very comparable with the Australian one. Yeah.
Is the remains a cultural value? No.
The Chinchorro is really the beliefs and the practices, the way that they were done on the site.
Thank you. So I am an attorney. I'm not sure I had anything to contribute on that precise point, but during my time as general counsel for the New Mexico Department of Cultural Affairs and working with the Historic Preservation Division, we had numerous instances where there were opportunities to repatriate human remains, but the questions became very complex because some of the obligations under NAGPRA, which was referenced on one of the slides, which is the Native American Graves and Repatriation Act, necessitated repatriation to those existing tribes that had the closest cultural connections to those remains. And that was sometimes simply a matter of geography. But in New Mexico, with 23 recognized federal tribes, there were often significant conflicts between different native populations making those claims. And then there was another complex layer, which is the burial, if you will, traditions for different peoples varied. And at times, there seemed to be very little interest actually in receiving remains that had been, if you will, desecrated by being removed. So lots of different factors come into some of those repatriation questions.
Just wanted to make another point, and thank you for that. My fellow lawyer in here, we're outnumbered. That one reason national law is so important because it does have an impact on international law. And just wanted to add and follow up, if you look at the UNESCO definition of cultural property as well as the UNIDROIT one, which is very similar, it depends on what a state designates as cultural property. And so, you know, this is something that can be pushed for at the domestic level for all of the countries from which we come to make sure that whatever our own country's definition is it provides for things like this. But it shows the complexity that you could have these various definitions. An interesting case, many may be familiar with this case already, but there's a very interesting case about this from the United States, frequently called the Kennewick Man case, or the Ancient One case, in which case, in 96, I think, human remains were found on federal land, meaning that different laws apply. We have a very complicated system in the US between the federal government, the state governments, local governments, and then private land. And there was a very, very long court battle, decades and decades and decades, between the government, a group of scientists who wanted to study the remains, and a group of Native American tribes whose oral history said this Ancient One had come over long in the past, and there was a clear continuity between them. Initially, the scientists were all saying there's no way there is a genetic connection between the current tribes there and this skeleton because of X, Y, and Z. It was fought out in the courts back and forth for ages. Eventually, the remains were returned, but genetic testing had been done in the meantime, and the oral history was completely correct. The scientists had been wrong. So it's an interesting case study that, again, took, unfortunately, decades to resolve, but showed that this 9,000, it was 9 or 10,000-year-old skeleton, there was a very clear genetic connection to the very tribes who were fighting this case out in court. And that disproved what the current scientific understanding of migration and history in that part of the country was. So again, it's most frequently referred to in the US as the Kennewick Man case, if anyone's interested in that.
Just a bit of clarification on the situation in Australia, and Chrissy can probably expand on it. But some considerable time ago, because I've been involved with repatriating human remains for a very, very long time, and originally it was a voluntary thing, but there was a national project funded by the federal government, from memory, where designated Aboriginal staff on the project went around to all the museums and all the universities and made lists of what was there, and then initiated return projects. It's still going on. We still get, every now and again, I still get something from my university saying, have you forgotten anything sort of in a drawer or something like that? But the major parts of the major collections have been returned under a federal government project across all university and museum collections. The Mungo collection, or the Mungo remains that Chrissy was referring to, there were quite a lot of human remains. Not all of them were removed, as Chrissy said. A lot of them remain in situ in the World Heritage Site, but the ones that were removed, as Matt said, there was considerable disagreement within the Indigenous community about whether they should be returned or put on site, but in a keeping place. I won't go into it, but the UNESCO or the ICOMOS part of it was. Because it's a World Heritage Site, one of the complications was, would the reburial disturb or affect the OUV, the outstanding universal value of the site? And there was it wasn't done by ICOMOS, but all the people who did the report were ICOMOS members. It was done by third-party consultants. They found that reburying the remains would not disturb the OUV of the site, and so there was no procedural barrier to the remains being reburied, and we are, as we speak, they are in the process of being reburied. So the Australian situation, partly because it's a common law country, is not necessarily the best example for other jurisdictions, because the way common law works in Australia and New Zealand, India, to large extent in the States, although they've got a bigger emphasis on private property, is very different from the way things work in civil law jurisdictions like here.
Just to add another instance to in this case, to the Chilean situation, I think in 2002 or 3, several bodies
were returned to Chile from Switzerland. And those were all seldom bodies that were finally got into their own nation land. And that was successful retrieval.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Sí, precisamente Chile ha tenido ya procesos de repatriación, como dice Mario. El 2010 se hicieron repatriaciones, como bien dice Mario, y también en territorio atacamenyo ya se ha dado una repatriación desde el Museo Nacional del Indígena Americano. Se repatriaron restos de ancestros a la comunidad atacameña de Chiu Chiu. Entonces se ha tenido una repatriación y también tenemos otras repatriaciones muy exitosas de parte del pueblo Rapa Nui. Y actualmente las poblaciones mapuches están trabajando en procesos de repatriación, también los diaguitas, o sea, se están sumando más pueblos, pero el problema en Chile es que la ley chilena, de acuerdo a la ley del Consejo de Monumentos Nacionales, todos los cuerpos humanos son propiedad del Estado, son propiedad del Estado-Nación. Y todos los cuerpos de los indígenas son propiedad del Estado-Nación. Y de acuerdo a la ley indígena de 1993, solamente se debe consultar a los pueblos indígenas en términos de excavar un cementerio cuando es histórico. Todos los cementerios que son arqueológicos y que están en territorio indígena no necesitan el consentimiento de las comunidades indígenas. Entonces, sí tenemos nosotros otro tipo de ley muy distinta a lo que pasa en Australia, y a eso nos enfrentamos cuando estamos trabajando procesos de repatriación, porque el Estado de Chile ha podido abrirse a esa situación, a estos procesos, solamente caso por caso, ¿no? Entonces, para los que estamos trabajando en estas temáticas es un problema complejo y se está discutiendo una nueva ley de patrimonio, etcétera, pero y también diferentes comunidades, bueno, de miembros del equipo han estado presentes en las discusiones de la nueva ley, también estuvieron presentes en otras instancias gubernamentales planteando el tema de la repatriación, pero al momento lo que tenemos es una ley del Consejo de Monumentos Nacionales que demanda que los cuerpos humanos en general, ¿no?, y de los que están en sitios arqueológicos son de propiedad del Estado.
Any other comments or questions? Yes.
More a comment or maybe a question for Tess. Recently I've been working with the interrelationship between paleontological resources and cultural patrimony, basically. And I think that's a developing area that we need to consider when we're talking about definitions of cultural heritage. Just wondered if you had some experience with that.
This is something we've actually fought very hard for with the U.S. government, unsuccessfully thus far. But in addition to a major international trade in cultural objects, there's also, of course, this major international trade in fossils from countries around the world, including in Latin America, also Morocco, Mongolia, I mean, many, many places. The United States as well, places like Montana. There has generally been a split in whether these are included in cultural objects. The UNESCO definition says yes. The US definitions and some laws say no. I think the definition and the law that controls our bilateral agreement, like that we have with Chile, which is coming up for renewal, I think countries should push for paleontological objects to be included in that, because that definition is found in an archaeological context, over 250 years old, of cultural significance. It doesn't say man-made. It says of cultural significance, and in many cultures, fossils are very culturally significant. Thus far, the US government has not agreed with this interpretation, but it's something, I mean, I think it's another case of showing while definitions are something that can be incredibly boring, they can be hugely consequential. They really are decisive in so many legal cases, and whether something's protected or whether it's not protected, whether something's returned, whether it's not returned. It makes a very, very big difference. So a boring thing, but something that we all really need to focus on, because so much hinges on sometimes a single choice of word. And it also gets hugely complicated with translations. Some of the conventions, you know, there's a list of official languages in the UN. Some of the translations are done better than others. And I know, at least for the UNESCO convention, there are things, I think at least, are contradictions between the English and the French. So this is another, you know, barrier that we face.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, so much. Thank you for all your questions and your comments. And for sticking with us on this very long session. We'll now take a 30-minute break. If you are joining us for the rest of our session, we'll begin again at around 6 p.m. Thank you. It's here, yes. Please just come back here around 6. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. This is a very long day, and we greatly appreciate your sticking around to hear about this topic and also the experience we've had to learn from everyone here. Again, since we're continuing from the last session, again, my name is Tess Davis. I'm Executive Director of the Antiquities Coalition, a non-governmental and nonprofit organization that is dedicated to combating the illicit trade in art and antiquities and other crimes through the art market. This evening, we're going to be talking about one crime in particular that we believe does not get the attention it deserves in our community, and the law, in the international community as well, and that is corruption. We've been speaking a lot this afternoon about how the art and antiquities market can be exploited by criminals. Much of this focus thus far has been looking at the illicit trade, at looting, at trafficking, at crimes such as that, cultural theft and plunder. But again, those do not exist in a vacuum. Far beyond looted pits, criminals are also exploiting the art market's vulnerabilities to commit a wide range of offenses, from fraud to forgery, tax evasion, money laundering, and sanctions violation, and corruption. Where corruption fits in, well, first, let's see, apologies. First, I just wanted to stress why the field of archaeology and also especially the art market are at risk of all of these crimes. And again, I won't focus so much on the illicit trade as we've devoted much of the afternoon to that, but to other crimes. One reason is money. The art market is just that, it is a market, and it's a very big market too. The major reports on the art market value it at approximately $60 billion. Many experts feel that this is just the tip of the iceberg. For example, a separate major industry has grown up around what is called art-secured financing or art lending. And basically, this is borrowing money using an art collection as the collateral, just like you would use your house or some other high-value item. This is a business that is now estimated to reach a market size of between $30 billion and $35 billion. So, I mean, that's a major industry on top of, again, this $60 billion traditional art market. Another shocking statistic is that globally, ultra-high net worth individuals' art and collectible wealth is now estimated to exceed $2 trillion. So that's a potential market that is out there just waiting to exist. So this high-value dollar in and of itself makes art attractive to criminals. Again, we may be interested in the cultural value and the value that heritage has symbolically in terms of our identity, or in terms of religion or spirituality, but to criminals, it is an asset just like any other. Greatly increasing the risk from this large dollar value, however, is the fact that art's value is completely subjective. If you looked at the newspaper today, you may have seen there's a major headline that Sotheby's was about $70 million off in the estimate that it attributed to a piece it was trying to sell yesterday. This is actually not that uncommon. You can take the same artwork or antiquity, and two equally qualified experts might be widely off in the value, the financial economic value they assign to it. I mean, we're talking tens of millions, sometimes even hundreds of millions of dollars. That in turn can differ by tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars from what someone is actually willing to pay for it. You can see why this is a fact that can be easily abused by criminals. The fact that there is so little agreement about what art is financially worth. Beyond the dollar value, however, the art and antiquities market is vulnerable to criminal abuse for a wide range of other reasons. One is its global reach. Much, although not all, but much art is portable, and it can be moved quickly and easily across borders and through customs, through hand luggage. It can be shipped overnight by DHL. And this is most obviously of benefit to traffickers, but it also benefits money launderers. It benefits those who are evading sanctions or taxes, because law enforcement is only as strong, as we say in English, as the weakest link in the chain. And so art's portability allows a criminal to move it to a legal jurisdiction that is more beneficial to whatever they are trying to do, or say from a jurisdiction that has high law enforcement to one that does not have as active law enforcement. The unique nature of art itself also puts it at risk. In addition to usually being portable, artworks don't carry anything like a vehicle identification or VIN number. Their ownership is not tied to deeds like land is. And as a result, it's often impossible to trace back in time. Artworks can be easy to forge. They can be very difficult to authenticate. And unlike, say, guns or narcotics, they're not illegal on its face. Whether an artwork or an antiquity is legal or illegal depends on so many factors that are completely separate from looking at the object itself. Moreover, the art market operates very, very uniquely in comparison to just about every other market. Some would call this a culture of discretion. Others may call it a culture of secrecy. But it is not unusual at an auction house to, say, spend tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of dollars, and not know the name of the person who is selling this item to you, because the auction house goes as an in-between. And try to think if there is any other market in which that is so common that you can spend that amount of money and not know who is selling something to you. It's very unusual in the terms of most global markets. One would hope that all of these factors would have made art and antiquity subject to more regulation and not less. But instead, the opposite has happened. I think a big question is why. The best answer we have been able to come up with is that governments frequently view art crime, if they view it as a crime at all, as a victimless white-collar crime. This, of course, cannot be further than the truth. As we've been hearing today, as we've been hearing throughout the week, art crime might end up white crime at the end of the cycle, but it doesn't start that way. It starts often with violence or other crisis, armed conflict, terrorist groups, organized crime, drug cartels, the list goes on and on. And so as we've been discussing today, again, art is frequently referred to as the largest unregulated market in the world, and many jurisdictions, including, unfortunately, the United States, don't recognize this reality that the art market is a financial institution. And as a result, the art market and museums have largely been left to regulate themselves, to have self-regulation, controlled only by their own industry-authored guidelines and best practices with little, if any, outside oversight. So to go from that to where corruption fits in. Again, you combine the amount of money involved, this unique nature of art, the lack of transparency in the market, the lack of regulation, and often a lack of political and public will, and you have this perfect storm for a wide range of crimes, including fraud, forgery, tax and sanctions evasion, money laundering, terrorist financing, asset flight, market manipulation, abuse of shell companies and tax havens, and corruption. In recent years, a series of smoking guns has exposed how closely art and antiquities crime is linked to corruption, which is defined by the UN as the abuse of power for private gain. Indeed, cultural racketeering would not be possible without corruption. Criminals rely on corruption to loot protected sites and to rob collections. They rely on it to smuggle illicit art and antiquities across borders, to launder stolen works and forgeries onto the otherwise legitimate market, to defraud good faith collectors, dealers, and museums, to evade taxes, sanctions, and frequently justice, and to then hide the proceeds of all of these crimes through money laundering, shell companies, and offshore jurisdictions. And far too often, corruption also allows them to invest these proceeds into other criminal enterprises, armed conflicts, or even terrorism. But corruption doesn't just further these individual crimes. The individual criminals who commit them, or even the individual criminal networks themselves. It can spawn this entire criminal culture. It undermines laws and their enforcement. It ensures that this multi-billion-dollar industry, very high-risk multi-billion-dollar industry, has continued to dodge regulation. And it also helps criminals escape arrest. It helps those arrested to escape conviction, and it helps those convicted to escape effective punishment. In short, it makes art crime a low-risk, high-reward crime. Now, corrupt actors span what we call in English the gamut. I mentioned that the UN defines corruption as abuse of power for private gain. That can include power in the public sector, like government, but also the private sector. So corrupt actors span soldiers, guards, customs agents, police, prosecutors, and other officials who might get kickbacks for ignoring criminal behavior at best, or are part of criminal rings themselves at worst. There are also crooked legislatures who bend to outright bribes or other incentives to keep laws weak and penalties light. And there are a growing number of documented reports of actual heads of state and government who have benefited from art and antiquities crimes, sometimes on a massive scale. But I want to stress that, those individuals are whom we usually think of when we think of corruption. But corrupt actors go very far beyond these groups and also far beyond the government sector. There are many people in professions who may not consider themselves criminals, but are nonetheless crucial to criminal schemes, either through direct participation or just by turning a blind eye. And indeed, art and antiquities crimes could not succeed without the complicity of archaeologists, conservators, restorers, appraisers, dealers, curators, auctioneers, and collectors, but also bankers, lawyers, accountants, shippers, and these other services. Think of all the different people and professionals who are necessary to get a piece from a looted site in a war zone onto an auction block like that at Sotheby's or into a major museum. It takes a lot of different people to make this possible. Since I am the only thing standing between you and the reception, and time is short tonight, I'm just going to use one case study to illustrate this. Dr. Lilly probably knows this one well, and that is that of Douglas Latchford, who was a once well-respected so-called, not my words here, adventurer scholar, later exposed as one of the most prolific antiquities traffickers of modern times. He was indicted by U.S. authorities and further unmasked in the Pandora Papers reporting that you may have seen in the press. But he made tens and actually probably hundreds of millions of dollars smuggling what were, in every sense of the word, blood antiquities, like blood diamonds, from Cambodia's war zones. And he then hid these criminal proceeds from half a century-long criminal career through this complex web of tax havens, trust, and offshore accounts. And he was only able to succeed in this scheme, which again lasted successfully half a century, through corruption across the entirety of the supply chain. From archaeologists and other scholars to police, armed forces, and government officials in multiple jurisdictions around the world, to the heights of the art market, including prominent dealers, auction houses, and museum curators. His story could fill volumes, so please consider this just the briefest of introductions, just to set the stage for the rest of the night. But to begin, in August of 2020, so close to 5 years ago now, the New York Times carried the headline, Douglas Latchford, and Khmer Antiquities Expert Dies at 88. And this title was an interesting choice because Latchford, while a collector and dealer, was not a trained art historian, archaeologist, or scholar. He was actually a business tycoon who claimed to have made all of his money in pharmaceuticals and real estate. And he died under a felony indictment fighting extradition to the United States for masterminding an organized criminal network that had plundered countless, and I mean, we're talking in the thousands, maybe even in the tens of thousands, of treasures from Cambodian war zones into the world's very, very, very top collections. It is no exaggeration to say that Douglas Latchford directly linked the Cambodian Civil War, which was responsible for one of the most horrible genocides of the 20th century, with the very elites of the art world. Much of what I've said was a matter of public and legal record when Latchford died. Despite a flurry of obituaries, including this one I quoted from the New York Times, that continued to paint him as this colorful adventurer. And I want you to think, too, of any other context in which it would be okay to have an obituary headline for someone who had done all of these things that was that at best neutral and flattering at worst. But especially in the years since his death, scholars, law enforcement, lawyers, concerned citizens, governments, and investigative journalists from Cambodia and around the world have all been actively working across borders to reveal further the scope of his crimes. And I don't think we will ever know the full story, but what we know is we arguably know as much about him now as any antiquities trafficker that is out there due to this work. And that which we do know is very damning. He was an Englishman born in colonial India, moved to Bangkok in the 1950s, and became fascinated with Cambodian, or what is called Khmer, heritage. But wherever he went, these sacred statues vanished behind him. In the 1970s, Cambodia fell into civil war and then genocide, and his acquisitions accelerated. Many of the artifacts he moved came from Khmer Rouge territory, where looting became a revenue stream for fighters. He trafficked through multiple jurisdictions in Asia and then onward to Europe and multiple jurisdictions there, again relying on the complicity of police, customs, officials, and many private sector individuals. And finally, he laundered these pieces with false backstories and often with false papers onto the legitimate market. This later stage in particular depended highly on complicity from Western scholars, including archaeologists and institutions. His close collaborator, Emmer Bunker, helped provide academic cover by publishing these lavish volumes that falsely documented looted pieces. In fact, UNESCO's Phnom Penh director Anne Lemaitre later called these books the inventory of the missing patrimony of Cambodia. And to erase evidence of theft, Latchford even had stonemasons alter pieces to prevent matching them from pre-war photos. So his operation didn't just loot Cambodia's past, it also corrupted its historical record. And this Emma Bunker was by no means alone. Dealers like New York's Nancy Weiner, who in 2021 actually pled guilty to her role in the sale of looted items, paying $1.2 million in forfeiture and fines, but before that was one of the city's most prominent dealers. People like this were crucial to this scheme, and so were major auction houses like Spinks in London, and Sotheby's in the United States. But perhaps even more troubling, so were museums. Indeed, one curator at a major museum in New York not only accepted donations and acquisitions from Latchford for the institution, we now know through a paper trail that he was accepting payments from him as well. So at worst, these individuals were all active participants. At best, they were ignoring glaring red waving major flags, objects lacking provenance, sourced from war zones during a genocide, and clearly recently hacked from temples. I mean, talked to people at these institutions. Some of these pieces still had dirt on them when they were coming into the museums. So whether through collusion or through willful ignorance, the art markets and the museum community created this ecosystem where this corruption could flourish unchecked. U.S. law enforcement first uncovered his network during a court case to repatriate a piece that had been put up for sale by Sotheby's about a decade ago now. This again eventually led to this 2019 indictment. And though Latchford did die in 2020, again, efforts to recover these pieces and prosecute his accomplices have continued. And in 2021, the Cambodian government announced the return of 125 museum-quality masterpieces from his private collection. This was, to our knowledge, the largest single restitution of art since the end of the Second World War. Later that year, the Pandora Papers further exposed his financial network, including how he was hiding these profits through trust in the Isle of Man and other, offshore jurisdictions. And these revelations added money laundering and financial secrecy to, again, his already strong legacy of cultural destruction. So the art world is still very much continuing to reckon with this case. Indeed, just this month, maybe last week, San Francisco's Asian Art Museum, to their credit, repatriated 4 bronze sculptures looted from Thailand by Latchford. So the story isn't over yet, but it reminds us that the illicit antiquities trade isn't just about looters in distant lands, it's also about corrupt systems that connect local crimes to global institutions, and it's also about archaeologists, scholars, dealers, and curators, not just smugglers, who must be held accountable. If you look at antiquities trafficking scandals, investigations, and prosecutions, it's not hard to find corruption, even if it doesn't go by name. And I, at least speaking for myself, I think it's something that's frequently discussed around drinks and the dinner table in our field. And I'm sure many, arguably perhaps all in the room, have had personal connections with it. But charges of corruption at the intersection of arts and culture, when they have happened, are relatively rare. Dedicated academic studies are actually surprisingly rare. Helena and I and our colleagues really tried to find studies looking at the intersection of corruption and archaeology. There are not many. There are many footnotes in our other archaeological research. There might be an aside in the academic literature or in court filings, but it's rarely the subject of study by archaeologists, by other scholars, by criminologists. This angle just has not been looked into. I think we all know why that is. It can be a dangerous topic. I mean, sometimes physically dangerous to discuss in many of the jurisdictions of the world. It can be dangerous to one's career. It can be dangerous, it's no exaggeration to say, looking into this area in some places can be dangerous to one's life to call out corruption. So because of this, we don't have statistics on the size of the problem of corruption's intersection with archaeology and art. But we do have, statistics that suggest that the problem's big. I mean, even if you just quickly glance at the Global Corruption Perception Index, and this is an index that scores and ranks countries by their perceived levels of public sector corruption, prepared annually by Transparency International, and we've partnered with closely on a number of efforts. This shows that a number of the countries that rank high in corruption are also coincidentally very archaeologically rich. Also wanted to flag that Chile has one of the best rankings for corruption in the world as one of the world's most non-corrupt countries, which is why we are able to discuss this here tonight and could not have this conversation in many places where I think many of us work. But despite the fact that I think many of us have had personal experience, that the few statistics that are out there suggest that this is something that archaeologists are dealing with, there's very little guidance to how those working in the arts and culture, are supposed to combat this. We've talked today about a number of important treaties that protect cultural property: the 1970 UNESCO Convention, the World Heritage Convention, the UNIDROIT Convention. And the importance of these treaties can't be overstated. They were historical steps. They remain invaluable. But these do not mention corruption by name, nor do their implementing guidelines. We went through to check that this week. This is just something that is not discussed. We've talked a little bit. We've talked a little bit about soft law today, which again is used to fill the gap when there isn't clear guidance in hard law like national legislation or treaties. Soft law, again, is not legally binding. It includes things like agreements, principles, declarations, statements, recommendations, guidelines, best practices, etc. But even here, there's not a lot of guidance for how our field is supposed to deal with corruption. For archaeologists in the United States, where our organization is based, we have the Archaeological Institute of America, the Society for American Archaeology. We were not able to find the word corruption in their Code of Ethics or the Code of Professional Standards. At the international level, there's the World Archaeological Congress and the Chartered Institute for Archaeologists Code of Conduct similarly don't have the word corruption in the Code of Ethics or the Code of Professional Standards. For those in museums, the AAM, American Alliance of Museums Code of Ethics, no mention of corruption. AAMD talks around the topic in vague terms, says that it's unprofessional for a museum director to use his or her influence for personal gain. But this makes me think of Ian's comments. It's like, please don't do this, instead of, something that's very clearly defined, saying you shall not use your, So I mean, even the self-regulation on this area, again, is very lacking. The same is true for the art market. So we've talked about archaeologists, we've talked a little bit about museums. The same is true for the art market as well. There's a great initiative out of Geneva called the Responsible Art Market Initiative that has fantastic guidelines for market participants. But it does not, address corruption head on. Really, the only place that we were able to find explicit mention of this was from the Basel Art Trade Guidelines, which come out of the Basel Institute for Governance, which is an anti-corruption organization, and so this makes sense. But again, think of how lacking it is that out of all of these different organizations and institutions, in an area where we know corruption is happening from source all the way up to market, there's no guidance for how to deal with this. Helena, how am I doing on time? Okay. So that said, while cultural heritage law at the international level and usually at the national level doesn't address this, we do have other tools in the international sphere, including the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Now this, somewhat surprisingly to me, is still the only universal anti-corruption treaty. There's a number of regional ones before it, but this is the only one that seeks to be global. And it's also relatively recent. It's only from 2003 and entered force in 2005. That said, it currently has 190 state parties. That includes 185 UN member states, plus things like the Vatican, et cetera. But there's really only a handful of UN member states who have not joined this convention, including, say, North Korea and some others. So this makes it one of the most adhered to UN instruments in the world, period. It does not have any protocols. It doesn't create any real independent bodies besides the Conference of State Parties, but it does seek to address corruption on all fronts. It looks at prevention, detection, deterrence, and, importantly for what we've been discussing this afternoon, asset recovery. This includes providing for criminalization, cooperation, and technical assistance and information exchange between governments, which of course is a huge problem. For preventative measures, the convention requires that state parties shall, and it uses the term shall, which is actually pretty unusual in a lot of international treaties. That usually means that a state has to do something. It's not voluntary. So it's, in terms of the treaties that we're working with, this is pretty strong language. that states shall develop, implement, or maintain policies, practices, systems, bodies, legislative and administrative measures, and they shall also take appropriate measures to increase the participation of civil society. These measures include criminalizing a number of offenses that can make up corruption. So the many examples you see here, and this seeks to standardize national laws across the globe to make sure that these crimes are not only prohibited but punished wherever they may take place. And of course, aligning national laws is a huge effort to support law enforcement, which is why this is important. The treaty also seeks to increase international cooperation in fighting these crimes, both across governments, but also between the public and the private sector. It provides for increased dialogue between the two. And again, it's important to stress that this definition of corruption includes both, which not all do. And of particular interest, it also includes an entire chapter on asset recovery. Indeed, the treaty outright states that, quote, the return of assets, close quote, taken through corruption is fundamental. And it requires the, quote, widest measure of cooperation and assistance. We don't have any language like that in any of our cultural heritage agreements, unfortunately. To our knowledge, as well as that of our partners at the UN office that manages this treaty, the UN Office of Drugs and Crime, these provisions have never been used for cultural objects or property, but there's no reason they couldn't be. This is something that I think could be very interesting to explore. And additionally, the remaining section for the convention is on prevention, specifically training and other technical assistance, which can include economic and material assistance, but goes beyond that to things like capacity building, et cetera. So in summary, if you were to apply the convention to cultural objects, to the art market, you need corruption, which is not defined in the convention itself, although the UN, again, has broadly called it this abuse of power for private gain, and clearly includes both the public and private sector. And the convention applies to all aspects, again, of the fight against corruption. Again, prevention, investigation, prosecution, seizure, confiscation, and return of assets. UNCAC does not specifically mention cultural property in it, but as you saw from the previous slide, it could easily be applied to various forms of art and antiquities crime. Indeed, there is a push to do this, led by a number of countries, including Italy and Egypt. We have been partnering with them on this issue, putting it on the agenda of the meeting of state parties that takes place every other year. The last one was in Atlanta in the United States the year before last. And then we were honored to co-host a session on this specific issue with recommendations, which was actually opened by the Minister of Justice of Italy and co-hosted by Mexico and UNODC. But this is just the beginning of what we hope will be a continuing conversation. So again, in summary, tackling these interlinked issues of corruption and cultural crime really requires working across various professional industries, working across the public and private sectors, and working across national borders. Just a few recommendations we are working on developing in this area is one, to make better use of existing tools. Our field has used the 1970 UNESCO Convention, of course, the World Heritage Convention. Again, these are hugely important, but they don't, and they weren't meant to criminalize violations. But we do have tools that do that aren't being used to their full advantage by the cultural heritage sector. Another thing is that we have to continue recognizing art and cultural property crime as serious crime. This can be in national legislation by creating strong penalties for criminal enforcement. But it's hugely important to do this to make sure that we can apply tools like this and a sister convention that is dedicated to combating transnational organized crime. We have to follow a whole of government approach, as Ian's remarks with regard to the G20. The G20 is taking up this issue not because of cultural or preservation reasons, but because it's a threat to economic integrity and a threat to global security. The illicit trade, looting and trafficking, this isn't a failure of preservation, it's a failure of governance, of law, diplomacy, civil society, and markets. It can't be solved by better archaeology. It has to be solved by strengthening law enforcement, strengthening international cooperation, and market integrity. In short, this is not a burden that ministries of culture or at the international level groups like UNESCO should bear alone. These are not crime-fighting institutions. And so it is crucial that governments at the national level cooperate across law enforcement with the Ministry of Cultures, with Ministry of Justice, et cetera, and that we see the same thing at the international level to reinforce the important work that UNESCO is doing. And of course, we have to ensure better cooperation with the private sector. Efforts to combat antiquities looting and trafficking and corruption must involve the private sector as a key stakeholder, not an outside group. And greater coordination with these actors, and this includes dealers, auction houses, responsible collectors, financial institutions, things like logistics providers and shippers, technology companies. This is essential to identifying the crime and combating it. But also, I think we need to talk more about this as a field. Again, I think it's a huge, as someone who was trained as an archaeologist, I think it's a huge problem how little guidance our field is given to our profession, to students, to emerging professionals, even to established professionals. We're not having this conversation. I think we all know why in many cases, but this is something that I think we have to address head on as a field, because it is a problem that is reverberating, again, from source all the way to market, and complicates every single other effort we are doing to protect cultural heritage, to protect the communities that value it, and to protect knowledge of our history for the future. So thank you so much for your time tonight. You're the most dedicated audience ever. This has been a marathon session. So thank you. Please, it's been an honor to be here. Please, if we were not able to speak, we would love to connect with all of you in the virtual world. And my colleague Helena will be here for the entirety of the day tomorrow. And everyone here is doing so much important work. We would love to support it however we can. Thank you for your time. Sorry, awaiting further details. Oh, sorry. Are we ready for the reception? Okay. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to discuss them at the reception outside. Thank you all for staying, and we look forward to seeing you out there. We have some food and drinks for everyone. Thank you.